Good evening. At this time, we're going to start our meeting. I want to welcome you to our October 3rd Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I'm going to call it to order. And at this time, I'm going to ask if we'll all stand. We'll have a prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Father, we pause now to, when we think about the world problems of wars in this world, and especially when we think about our neighboring states that have suffered greatly from this terrible hurricane, when we here locally know exactly what they've had to deal with. Father, we should all be thankful and feel blessed for this place that we live in right now. We're fortunate people. Now, Father, we call on you to bless us this night, give us insight and wisdom in the business we conduct here. May we show respect to each other and honor to you in all that we say and do. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, I'm going to call roll. Brandon Bias. Here. Robert Davis. Here. Scott Schamberger. Here. Michael Mullick. Here. Greg Seibert. Here. Jamie Stratager. Here. Glenn Seal. Diane Burnett. Here. Michael Fletcher. George Water. Here. Reed Key. All right, we have a quorum. And before we go any further, we want to welcome Mr. Scott Schamberger to his first meeting tonight, and welcome him as part of our Planning Commission. All right, at this time, you've all received a copy of the last minutes of the work session and the regular meeting on September the 5th. No one has any changes. I'll entertain a motion that both of those be approved.
So moved.
Mr. Seibert's made a motion that they be approved. To have a second? Second. Mr. Davis seconded the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Mr. Dixon, would you like to have a few words before we get started?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few rules real quick before we start our public hearing. We do have several items on the agenda tonight, and as you can see, it's a full house, so we need to be very mindful of our guidelines to make sure we get through the meeting as smoothly and seamlessly as possible. So first, I go over our public hearing guidelines. So when the public comments should only be made during the public hearing portion of the meeting. When you approach the podium there, state your name and address in the microphone for the record. Comments should be directed at the Planning Commission Chairman, and he can get the right answer from the right staff member or commission member. Comments should be focused only on the application that's being presented at that time. And then comments from individuals should be limited to 3 minutes. We will have a timer going, you'll see. And if you're speaking on behalf of a group, please state your name, what group you're speaking on behalf of, and then you can get 5 minutes if you're speaking for a group. There are several rezoning cases this evening. If you'll all see this in all the staff reports, but there are 11 criteria that rezonings must be judged by according to our zoning ordinance. Number one is it compatible with the development pattern? Number two, has there been any changes to the conditions since originally zoned? Number three, does the proposal conform to the master plan? Number four, does it conflict with any public improvements? Number five, does it have any adverse effect on traffic? And again, on the rezoning phase, when we're talking about traffic, we're talking about the overall traffic transportation network. Any kind of specific local traffic improvements will be addressed at a future development phase. Number six, is it consistent with the development pattern? Number seven, is it a logical expansion of adjacent zoning? Number eight, is the timing appropriate given development trends? Number nine, does it impact any environmental or historic areas? Number 10, does it have any adverse impact on health, safety, and wellness? And then, of course, number 11, if there's any special conditions about any particular property that's being proposed could also be considered. On the subdivision cases, the state laws, as we go over every month, this is very clear about this, is that if the application for subdivision is meeting all the subdivision regulations, the state law is very clear that this board must approve it. They cannot deny it if it's meeting all the subdivision regulations as presented. So with that, I'll thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we'll get into the meeting.
Okay. As you can see, we have a large crowd tonight, so we will be monitoring the time. We would respectfully ask, when you hear the buzzer go off, if you'll just end your comment then, even if you're mid-sentence, because we will need to move on to the next person. It would really be helpful if you are here with a group, if you could get a spokesperson to represent you so that we don't get a lot of repeat, same comments. So that'll be a big help. But we are going to try to get everybody's comments that we possibly can. We're going to start with what we call our consent agenda. There are 6 items on this agenda. If no one is here in opposition to these 6 items, we will open a public hearing and immediately close it, and we'll vote on all 6 of them at one time and then move on. Now, if there is someone here that is in opposition to any one of these, I'm getting ready to read them out. If you're here and you're in opposition, just raise your hand. I'll give you a chance to speak a little bit later on, but I need to know whether I need to take it off the consent agenda. So I'm going to read those now. So if you're here in opposition to it, just raise your hand so that I can see you. The first one is the Dollar General stores. This is CSP 24-27. Is there someone here that's in opposition to this item? Nobody? And I had one sign up. Nobody wants to raise your hand? All right, we're going to leave it on the consent agenda then if you don't. Okay. The next one is CSP 24-33. This is Southern Lawn. Anybody here got in opposition to that item? Okay. The next one is SC 24-31. This is a resub of the Lot 3 Pearson Family Division. This is a 2-lot subdivision. Anyone here in opposition to that one? Great. All right. The next one is SC 24-33, the Lindbergh Estates. It's another 2-lot subdivision. Anybody here in opposition to that one? All right. The next one is SC 24-41. This is a resale of Lot 1 of the Philippi property. This is another 2-lot subdivision. Anybody here in opposition to that one? All right, and lastly, for the consent agenda, SPP 24-16. This is the Fleet subdivision. This is an 11-lot subdivision. Anybody? Okay, got one in opposition. All right, we'll take it off the consent agenda then. All right, with that, I will now open the public hearing for, and I'm going to list these out, for CSP 24-27, the Dollar General store, CSP 24-33, Southern Lawn, SC 24-31, Resub Lot 3, Pearson Family Division, SC 24-33, Lindbergh Estates, and SC 24-41, Resub Lot 1, the DePhilippi property. So I've opened the public hearing. I will now close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion from the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve the consent agenda subject to staff conditions.
Okay?
Seconded.
Okay, Brandon, Mr. Bias has made the motion. Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, those items are all approved. Now we'll go back to SPP 24-16 and open the public hearing on this one. This is the Fleet subdivision. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Waters?
All right, Commissioners, as you mentioned, this is the request for SPP 24-16, the Fleet subdivision. The owner and developers are Atomic Greek and Brian Kendrick, and the surveyor was David Lowery. This property is located off of County Road, along County Road 86 on Planning District 4. The subject property is east of County Road 86 and south of Hurricane Road. This subdivision includes a total of 11 proposed lots, where the smallest lot is about 3 acres. No traffic study was required due to the lot count, and the drainage report was reviewed and accepted by the permit engineer. Here is your aerial map of the proposed location. And I have rotated the subdivision so it could fit in the screen, but here's your proposed plat. And the plat now has been enlarged to show details closer. Staff's recommendation is approval with the conditions that the applicant will submit the final plat application that will be reviewed and approved administratively by staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here on this one? Do you wish to speak?
I'm not sure that the applicant is here. Okay, so the owners are back there, but I'm not sure if David Lowery or anybody from his agency are here.
Okay.
But the owners can probably answer any questions that anyone from the public might have.
All right, well, I've got one sign up in opposition. Let's go ahead and go to that. Neil Armentrout? Yes, sir, come on up.
I represent a group. There are 3 families that live on County Road 86, and I have letters from each of those and myself. My name is Neil Armentrout, and I'm a property owner with property directly across from this subdivision and also down County Road 86. I'm the second largest property owner on County Road 86. I own 800 acres. I'm going to read some of my bullets, please. The properties along County Road 86 represent an extremely sensitive and diverse ecosystem with almost 3,000 acres of federally supervised forever wild type acres along County Road 86. 3,000 acres. I represent myself and 2 other landowners with federal conservation easements. We maintain that there has not been adequate consideration for the impact of a subdivision with the potential adverse effect on our ecosystem and our forever wild properties, including the Mobile River Delta. Furthermore, there are only 3 families that live on County Road 86. And by approving this development, you will more than double the number of septic systems, more than double the number of water wells, and more than double the impact on our wetland runoff, and will impact the species of wildlife in the area, including the federally endangered gopher turtle, tortoise, red-headed woodpecker, which are confirmed to live on the adjacent properties. Furthermore, there are no water services, sewer, or internet public services in place to support a subdivision. The area is not served by Bay Minette Police, and by adding a subdivision, it will tax already strained county sheriff protection. It's noted on the application that there are federal wetlands on this subdivision. Even though it's reported to be within mandatory setbacks, the data appears to come from a 2001 survey. We question its accuracy since it comes from a 24-year-old survey. Every property on County Road 86 has wetlands. Surrounding and environmentally protected areas have strict rules. This is the documentation that I had to prepare for my federal easement, and there's a lot of work in this. And I'm not suggesting, we are not suggesting, that this property fall under all of this requirement. We're suggesting that a closer environmental study of the wetlands and the wildlife should be performed on this proposed development. My final point to consider, and it may be thought as small, but the plat that's shown is not accurate. It shows two number 5 properties, lots, two number 5 lots. 1, 2, 3, and there's 11. It appears that it's rubber stamped, and that's what we're concerned. A rubber stamp on this development is wrong. It needs to be closely considered for the ecological, the biological impact that it has on 3,000 acres of federally protected conservation easements.
Okay?
I have a statement from another landowner, 2 other landowners, and a registered forester that manages these properties.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Anybody have any questions? Mr. Armentrout? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's all we had signed up. I'm going to go back to the owner or representative. Do either of you want to speak now?
And, Mr. Chairman, I can also answer some of the comments provided. I'm not sure where the concerned citizen has seen a document that's dated 20 years old, but we do have a current wetlands delineation that was provided by the applicant. And the applicant is aware that there are 2 lots numbered number 5, and he will make that correction, but there are 11 lots counted here. The flag lot along Hurricane Road is also labeled as 5, but I think that was most of his comments. As far as Forever Wild conservation agreements, I'm not aware that this property would fall under of those requirements. That's probably a comment from the property owners that needs to be addressed. But as far as the wetlands goes, we have reviewed a current and accepted the wetlands delineation provided by the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So did you want to come up and speak? Come on. You need to come all the way up to the podium for me. Give us your name.
My name is Thomas Geck III. You need my address also?
No.
Okay. This property does not touch Forever Wild. It's probably 2 miles away from it. And also, just let you know, like me and Mr. Bryan are also going to build a house on this property. And we just filed all the guidelines. And we also do have water coming in. We done spoke with NBU and the electric, so.
Okay.
So.
All right. Anybody have any questions for? Okay.
And there is no wetlands on it. It's solid. It's been dry every time, even when it rains.
All right. All right, that's all I had signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve subject to staff conditions.
Mr. Bice has made a motion that it be approved. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that item's approved. All right, now we go to our regular agenda items. We'll go to open the public hearing now for case number CSP 24-12. This is Smeralda dog kennels. I said I'm open to public hearing. We actually had a public hearing on this. Let me rephrase that. How many are here on this item? Raise your hand if you're here on this item. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and share their management plan. If you choose to speak, I'd like to have someone from the group to come up and speak. I'd really not like to open the public hearing up to everybody to speak again, but I would like you to have the opportunity to hear what they're proposing, and then I'll judge how many comments we do from there. So in effect, I am open to public hearing because I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak. So we're going to try to gauge it so we don't go through a long, drawn-out ordeal on this one. So with that, open the public hearing for this item. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on it? Ms. Rhodes?
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is case CSP 2412, Smralia Kennels. Here's the location within the county. The request is for CSP approval for a dog kennel. It's located in Planning District 12 and zoned RA, Rural Agricultural District. The subject property is located east of the Baldwin Beach Express and north of Farmers Lane in the Robertsdale area. The current use of the property is commercial. The applicant is Chris Lieb with Lieb Engineering, and the owner is Sherry Smralia. And the applicant's request is for a dog kennel. Here's the locator map and the site map. The adjacent land uses are either agricultural or residential, and all the adjacent zoning is RA. Here's the sign for the property, the subject property, and the adjoining properties. A little background regarding this particular case. This property has received numerous complaints for barking dogs over the years, and upon investigating, it was determined that the kennel was in operation prior to zoning. This property is located in Planning District 12. It is zoned RA, and this planning district adopted zoning in November of 2006. And there have been various improvements to the property since zoning without acquiring any approvals. This is an increase of intensity to the use. And so these improvements have triggered a commission site plan approval coming before the Planning Commission tonight. Some issues have been addressed, such as removing buildings out of the rear and side yard setbacks, removing some property lines to consolidate the property to meet setbacks, and then a common lot line move to meet front yard setbacks. And here are those staff analysis and findings. I've added some additional historical imagery, starting in the upper left corner from January of 2004. And as you can see, going through the years, the site has steadily increased in intensity and use. The last photo I have is from April of 2023 in the bottom right corner. Here are the zoning requirements for RA zoning. This is our zoning use table, and animal clinics or kennels are a permitted use in RA zoning. However, this is a conditional use, as it does trigger some of our factors for commission site plan approval. Here's their site survey, and I will go through some of these numbered buildings. Here's the zoomed in portion of their site survey. Here's the revised site plan. This revised plan includes noise mitigation measures, such as fully enclosed building areas, enclosed kennels, and a kennel run that were previously open, and a 6-foot tall wooden privacy fence. And here is a zoomed in portion showing some of these revisions. An issue that was addressed in the prior presentation was outside coverage. So barrier fabric will be added to the fencing in the outside dog areas located near the homes to assist in noise mitigation. I have quite a few images here showing some of the existing structures. These are the images for the east kennels, and then the kennel to the west. The bird pen. Here's their wetland delineation report. And then I have the floor plans and associated picture from each of those floor plans. So this is building number 1 that was labeled on the site plan and the associated image. And building number 2. so on and so forth. Building 3, the nursery, the pavilion, and then warehousing, as well as the barn. Here's their parking plan for the site. They also had issues regarding the dumpster, and so to address the concerns, the dumpster has been moved to a more isolated location on the site, and they have coordinated with Waste Management regarding pickup scheduling. This is an area for delivery, so the applicant received approval from the Baldwin County Highway Department for an asphalt apron to be constructed along Farmers Lane. So delivery vehicles may park on this apron for loading and unloading materials in lieu of traversing Rolling Ridge Drive. There's also some issues regarding staff driving enforcements. And so to address the driving behavior on Farmers Lane and Rolling Ridge Drive, each of the staff members have signed an acknowledgement form in regards to reckless driving, speeding, and loud music. Here's their septic and sewage plan, their grading, drainage, and erosion control plan, as well as their drainage narrative, which has been accepted by the permit engineer, and their landscaping plan, agency comments, so in terms of staff analysis and finding, the proposed use and accompanying site plan conforming to the requirements of the zoning ordinance. So the dog kennel, as mentioned earlier, was established before zoning was adopted in 2006. So there are structures on the property that do not meet the setback requirements. However, the property owners have been working with staff to come into compliance. It was determined that any structure lying within the setbacks that does not have a solid roof may remain in the setbacks. And then they've also provided a renovation plan for better noise mitigation. So all outdoor kennels are now proposed to be enclosed. I'm going to jump down to a few other factors that were of concern. So the applicant, letter C, has provided a renovation plan. So any of these proposed changes should mitigate any inconveniences to the public and be consistent with the welfare of the community. Here's a copy of their kennel management plan, looking at overall management, daily operations, as well as the activity schedule, sanitation measures, as well as a commitment for improvement and a commitment to support the community. And then here is their renovation plan, outlining their construction plan, their objectives, and just steps upon CSP approval. So staff recommends this case be approved with the following conditions that are unique to the project. This is from the prior one. Any existing structure shown on the site plan that does not have a solid roof is allowed to remain within the setbacks as approved by the prior planning director in October of 22. Copies of both the kennel management plan and the renovation plan for better noise mitigation will be kept on file in the Planning and Zoning Office. And we are memorializing that staff reserves the right to require a turnout permit, a commercial turnout to be constructed to turn out onto Farmers Lane from Rolling Ridge Drive. And these are our standard conditions, including increasing the deadline to 1 calendar year from the date of Planning Commission approval, obtaining their building permit, the CBMPP, as well as the closeout requirements of Section 18.9.7. Any signage requirements have to follow Section 16 in our zoning ordinance. Number 5, any expansion of the proposed structures or facilities above and beyond what is depicted on these sheets and included with the CSP approval letter shall necessitate additional review by the Planning Commission. And then per Section 18.9.1, the Planning Commission may revoke approval at any time upon finding that the permitted use will or has become unsuitable or incompatible in its location as a result of any nuisance or activity that's generated by the use. Also, if it's the pleasure of the Planning Commission to deny this case, staff requires the following or requests the following information is included in the action for denial. So staff will coordinate with the applicant to determine the pre-zoning condition of the subject property and determine the allowable uses that may continue to operate as nonconformities that predate zoning. Staff also memorializes that in order to allow the subject property to function as an existing nonconformity, there may be other applications, including but not limited to a commercial site plan approval that may need to be required to establish the nonconforming land use and how it will operate. So the commercial site plan is a staff review and approval. It will not come back in front of the Planning Commission. And it's expected that this commercial site plan or similar process will also include a decommissioning schedule or methodology with a planned scaling back of current operations to allowable operations as an existing nonconformity. The decommissioning process will include a time schedule of the scaling back process that will be reviewed and approved by the planning and zoning staff, and staff also reserves the right to require commercial turnout to be constructed for the turnout onto Farmers Lane from Rolling Ridge Drive. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Corey, can you go back a couple slides? I think it was your second recommendation slide,
Yes,
if we were to approve. This one right here.
this one.
So staff requests the building permit deadline be required. So we're only asking to, I guess the staff is only asking to increase to 1 year the deadline required to obtain the building permit.
Correct.
Okay, that doesn't set any stipulations on the time to complete
No.
the renovations. Gotcha. I know there was some discussion about that in the work session, so I want to make
Right,
sure
right.
I understood that correctly.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. We have several signed up, have quite a few signed up in support and a few signed up in opposition. Let me start with the applicant. Chris, are you going to come up first, or Chris Lieb? Chris, I think one of the things we need that our staff did not go over, for those that are here, they saw what Corey did, but you have a management plan, or I don't know whether you're going to cover the management plan, but I think you guys need to give kind of a general idea. You don't need to read that entire plan, but give us, thank you. Give us a general idea what the management plan will accomplish.
So I'm going to defer the general plan to Michelle because she's more intimately familiar with it than I am. But if there's any engineering or site layout questions, I can answer them first.
Chris, when it comes to there's several spots in here where kennels and buildings and whatnot are going to be enclosed. Has there been a discussion of what that enclosure is going to look like? Is it, what materials are we talking about? Are we going to cinder block and spray foam it, or are we going to?
Yes. I'll let Michelle speak to that, but I believe, from my understanding, it's going to be cinder block and spray foam, so it's going to be sealed up nice and tight.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. There's some of the structures that are in the setbacks that were allowed to stay without a roof on.
Yes.
And now the plan is to enclose all of the kennels, so that would be a conflict.
So we're only enclosing the portions of the buildings that are inside the setbacks. Anything outside the setbacks that is not enclosed, it's going to remain open, but they're not used on a daily basis.
They're not, okay.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Lee? Okay.
All right. You want to explain the buildings?
Do you have specific questions, or you just want me to sort of explain the drawings that we submitted? Okay, all right. Corey, would we be able to go backwards to some of the drawings, specifically the hand drawings that we showed,
Okay, so we
that
have
we
the floor
submitted?
plans.
Okay, so for this particular building, I believe this is Building 1 on your site plan. If you notice there's a center, for my side there's a left and there's a right. So what we're wanting to do is the right side of it, on the top and the bottom of it, there's some outside areas that are not enclosed. Currently, we actually don't use either of those sections, but we're wanting to enclose that completely with the appropriate material that's been outlined, and that'll give us more indoor housing for us to be able to bring some more dogs inside. Then if you want to go to Building 2, Okay, now this is actually an outdoor run area. It does have a roof on it within the setback portions of it, but we would like to completely enclose because the left side of it are yards, outside yards where the dogs are, go out potty and that type of thing. And then on the right side, there's fencing that each of the dogs go into, and that's where they stay throughout the day and the night. We would like to enclose those portions of it with, of course, the same material and such that will also help with noise mitigation. If you can go to the next slide. Okay, on this particular building, it's the back right corner up top to your right. That whole building is an enclosed structure. That back section has partial in, partial out. We would also like to enclose that section because there are a few dogs that come in and out of that area. Then if you can go to the next one. Okay, now this one, if you can follow, you have the full rectangular building, but then you have an inner rectangular building, if you may, to the left side, closer to the top. That is actually an indoor facility as it is now. The outside parameters of those they do have roofing, but they are outside kennels. So once we get approved, we would like to make that entire building completely an indoor facility. And I think that was, go to the next slide if you could please. Okay, and then also too, on your site plan, we also outlined on the left-hand side and the right-hand side, we have fencing that's going to go completely along pretty much the totality of the property. And then we have fencing that will go with around building 1 and 2. And then we have fencing that'll be on the far side of building 4. So we believe with all of these enclosures that we can get to, we could most definitely get plans and things presented to get approval within the year's time, if not quicker than that. And then we would love to be able to jump right on it and get it corrected.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Picard?
Same question. So buildings 1, 2, and 4, part of what you're trying to enclose is in the setbacks. Is that?
No, yes, they are in the setbacks. The setbacks was already addressed back in 21 or 22 when they first came. That was actually the first thing that we took care of and we got taken care of and we got the thumbs up with planning and zoning.
But the approval was for them to stay without a roof, and now you're...
No, we won't add any roofing. We're going to keep the existing roofings that's there that are within the setbacks. Correct? Am I wording it right?
So the roof that extends over the setbacks is going to remain, but the enclosed portion of the building is going to be inside the setbacks.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry.
Any other questions?
Yes, so when you say you would like to improve those,
Yes, sir.
that means you're going to do it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
We're waiting on you guys to give us the go-ahead. We would have started, a couple of years ago if we had given the go-ahead to do that, but we were instructed that we couldn't do any construction until we went through this process.
Understood, thank you.
I do have a question. Your management plan talks about, well, it says that all the dogs will be inside
Yes,
by
ma'am.
6, brought in around
Yes, ma'am.
6.
Yes, ma'am.
But just a few minutes ago, you showed a run that they're able to go outside.
Yes, ma'am. So currently, with our current structure, without the enclosures that we're proposing, there are dogs that are going to be outside, and they will remain outside because we're not able to build around and enclose the structure. So what we currently have is we do have a portion of our population that's outside. So the only way to rectify that is for the commission to approve the enclosures that we're proposing, and then once they're complete, then we'll be able to have 100% of the dogs indoors at all times between the hours of 6 and 6.
That was my question. They wouldn't have free run to go out through to their runs after 6 o'clock, they're inside.
Yes, ma'am. From 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., they would be in the enclosed environment and would not be outside at all.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
In reviewing your management plan or the daily operations, you state that no clients are permitted on site
Yes, sir.
and that you're not open to the public. How do your clients pick up their dogs?
We have a secondary location down the road, and that's where all of our clients come and go
Okay.
to pick up their dogs. So,
Gotcha, thank you.
yes, sir.
I have a question. Do y'all have a timeline for the improvements, not including permitting, or
I mean,
whatever,
that's
how
going
long
to
that-
depend on the drawings, because we want to make sure that the drawings are done and the structures are done in compliance and good and rightly engineered. So I believe that we could get plans together and we could start constructions inside of 6 months or less if we're given the go-ahead.
And about,
And
and the end date?
that would depend on the
6 months
constructions.
to a
I'd say
year?
within a year. I don't know why
Okay.
we couldn't have it done within the year. I mean, you guys are giving us a year just to submit plans and get permitting, but I think we can get it done within that year if we can get approval. Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions?
One
Yes,
more
sir.
question. Would you be opposed to the building permit submission being within 6 months rather than a year?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just, with life these days, we all understand if anybody's even trying to build a home, how much longer it's taking to build things than it was prior to COVID, to be quite honest. So I would prefer it to be the year only because I understand how construction is going at this time. And I would hate for us to commit to something that we have no control over making sure happen.
Thank you.
I have a question on, the buildings that you're proposing to enclose, this includes some improvements to the site. Have you considered or entertained the thought of a maximum quantity of dogs that you would have present on site at any given time?
We already do that. I mean, just for humane purposes, we already do that.
Do you know what this number is that you're, let's say a not to exceed number on this site as we're laid out looking at it today?
Well, my understanding, based on codes and regulations, is that the number of dogs isn't really part of the discussion that we're having as far as the usage is. So I really would prefer not to answer that question.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you.
That it?
That's it. All right, all right, here's how this is going to work. I've got about 11 people signed up in support. It's not that I don't want to hear you, but we get you that you're in support of it. I need to hear from those that were in opposition, because that was the point of this meeting tonight. We tabled this because there were a lot of concerns, and so we've heard their answer to the concerns. I just need to know if there are those that are in opposition that need to get up and speak. So I'm going to call you. If you do, you come on up. If you're fine with what you heard, you can just say okay, but I'll start at the top. Don Hopper. And we'll do 3 minutes on these unless you're representing a whole group.
My name is Dawn Hopper. I am a resident located southeast of Smeralia Kennels. And we farm most of the time, and every day since we've been on this farm, we hear dogs. And they're sometime in the distance sound, because right now I'm up under a bird and I know you hear it more than anything. But these kennels bark constantly. And in the time of my outside work, I hear dogs 24/7. That timeline of 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 p.m. at night is when I'm out, and I don't want to hear dogs. I don't know what the number is. They do. They have dogs all the time, and sometimes we've heard last meeting 167. We've heard up 300. Sometimes we've heard 500 dogs. 16 years of this is what we have understood that they built without permission, and now they're asking forgiveness to get a permit. I don't know what the answer is. I want to be neighbors. I call them and ask to speak to Sherry, and most time I get an answer machine, and I politely say, Sherry, the dogs are awful today, can you do something about it? Sometimes Michelle called back or text me, and before that it was Meredith, and so we know their employees. We lived there. We try to work there together, but it's the noise. Nothing about those pictures, nothing about those forms, nothing about those ideas exemplify the noise of what we put up with day in and day out. If that fiber concealment is like material, it's not going to confine that noise. So I don't know. I hope we have a solution. I'm born and raised in that community. It's rural agriculture. This is a commercial business that comes in and out with a lot of clients, a lot of traffic on a farmer's lane, not a two-way highway. So we're just here just to say, please help us figure out a solution. Thank you.
Okay. All right, once again, the purpose tonight was for you to hear their solution to the problems that were mentioned at the last meeting. So really what I need to hear from opposition is you're still opposed. You don't have to tell me what you originally told us. I just need to know if you think what you're hearing is a solution or not, and we'll go from there. We don't have a noise ordinance in this county, so this is difficult for us too. So we put a burden on them to come back with some solution on their part to bring that down. So I just need to hear from you that are in opposition what you think about what you've heard. Glenn Hopper.
Glenn Hopper. I'm her better half, so to speak. The only solution I got they can have, and it would help them, they wouldn't have to spend the money they're going to spend on that, is go back to 2006, where they had a number of dogs. And just like my wife just said, and I wish I brought my phone in here, since the last meeting, it's been horrendous. She knows it. I've called her and talked to her from 5 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. That's all we hear is dogs. And I think I sent y'all an email. I hope y'all got the email that I sent. That for 16 years, we've asked them to do that. We've asked them to do anything to cut the noise down. But they hadn't. And I wrote some things down here while she was talking. And like my wife said also, it's a one-lane road. And the fix that they said is going to turn in and out there it's just going to be terrible. My brother-in-law farms. He carries combines and big discs and everything up and down that road. Most time, the little path that they built for the truck to get off, there's no bigger than right there. You still got half a truck in the road when they come down through there. The solution would be, do not let them have this. They have undermined y'all for 16 years. They've done stuff that they said was supposed to do under the radar, and it ain't going to change unless somebody's out there daily to do that. Now, like my wife said, I got nothing against them, the dogs. I'm just telling you. I work in an environment where we building this big substation right here in Silver Hill. It's noisy every day, all day long. It's noise. I just asked her the other day, where you live at? She don't live over there. Ain't none of y'all infected by what we hear every day. Every day. My proposal, if y'all do decide to do that, you would be telling us that we as a community is not we less important than dogs. And if you see commercials today, it's dogs. I'm a dog mom, I'm a dog pop. I don't raise dogs, I raise human beings. The only thing is, if you do let this happen, please make them move every dog in that place out, because a rat can run across the road out there and the dogs is barking. It don't matter. The cows, which we got cows everywhere all around there. Every time I call, well, a cat's ran across the road, or the cows, the dog sees the cows. So if y'all allow this permit to go through and they build, y'all come to my house and you'll hear what I hear, because them dogs ain't going to shut up. Other night when I called at 10 o'clock, I talked to Judge. Somebody's working on air conditioner out there. Dogs is horrendous, terrible. And like I said, for 16 years, we ain't been able to sit on our front porch, have coffee. Please, please, listen to our plea, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Judd Coggin?
I want to take for just a second. I'm going to address kind of the noise situation as well. We've been living in our house for over 40 years. We live to the northeast of them, and we have a beautiful view. This is kind of what you see. You can see the cows across the pasture and all that.
You don't have anything on your screen.
I'm sorry?
You don't have anything on your screen. You're showing us a black screen.
Oh, there we go. It disappeared on me.
It went off again.
Can
We got
see
you.
it? Okay. They're black cows. I didn't know they were that big. But anyway, we have a beautiful view, beautiful sunset. We can see across the field. We're on a high spot. We can see down across the bottom and a good half a mile. So we like to go out there and watch the sunset. But just like it's already been said, I had nothing against them to do anything for them if they called me and needed me to help them. But every evening, it's the same thing. You go out there and you sit down and relax, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's Monday or Sunday. It's the same thing. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Rosalind? Y'all husband and wife?
Yes, sir, we are.
I thought you were. Like the Hoppers. Y'all, why don't y'all talk before y'all come up? Have one of you speak for both of you. Go ahead.
Rose
I'm
Ellen.
picking.
It's Rose Ellen Coggin.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Nobody ever gets it right. You asked that we address the structures that they're suggesting. The cement block may work, I don't know. The slide that she showed with the screen sides for the kennels, unless they do something with that, that's not going to be a noise stopper. Nothing I heard that she mentioned is going to stop the noise. They can't stop the dogs from barking, we all know that. The only solution is going to be to minimize the dogs, to minimize the barking.
Okay.
Help us out, please.
Thank you. Mr. Ellison?
My name is Gary Ellison. I surround both sides of Sproul Kennels. They showed a bunch of pretty things and words and things of what we're going to do. I met with Judge, and Judge has always been good to me. Property lines are good, had it resurveyed. On the northwest corner, the land was set back like it was supposed to, the lot lines was done. I'm not so sure on the northeast corner if that's going to require the land lines should be set back, not the land lines, the 10-foot, 15-foot allotment should probably be set back some more if you go and look. The kennels are probably right up against it right there. But what we're here to address tonight is noise. We're not here to address planting plants somewhere or what's existing going on. I don't even know if the buildings they have will work or not. The buildings they got are pretty low. If you start putting dogs under a building like this or any other animal, you need to have a certain amount of airspace to the top of it for things to run. I just concerned about the noise of what's going on. The buildings are all scattered out somewhere. If there was a way to contain them and put the dogs all in a building, and sure, they got to get out and run every once in a while, that is very good. I do not know that the existing buildings are going to be adequate to take care of what's going on in today's time. Last time Michelle was here, she said they had about 160 plus dogs that occupied this place right here. If that's what that facility would do, that'd be fine. Also, I want to make sure whenever we're doing this right here, that all existing waters that is created on this farm or on this dog site stays on this dog site right here. There's been numerous loads of dirt hauled in here. Land has been built up to take care of the drainage and things like that. I want all water to stay on it. Somebody needs to get out there and look and see what's going on, make sure that all things are contained and stays where it's supposed to be at. Again, I don't have any problem with neighbors. Judge has always been just as good to me and waved. We've talked. Only thing we're after is the stopping of this noise. There's always going to be noise, but golly, continuously all the time. And if a building, contained building, could really take care of this problem. If the dogs stayed in the building all the time, get out and run and exercise and put them back in a building. But I do not know that the existing buildings that are there today will be, even though they're all cut up and everywhere, will be able to suffice what is going on at this meeting right now. So I just think we need to come and address this a little further and make sure that the architect knows what he's doing in building and just don't put more tin on existing building. And plus they're so low. I mean, they're probably an 8-foot structure. When you get a bunch of dogs together like that, heat, noise, just things like that can create a lot more noise going on. So if you would, entertain that as you give your thoughts to whether you oppose this or not, or pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Wilkes?
I'm going to say I'm still in opposition, and I agree with what's been said.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, that's all I had signed in opposition. I'm going to close the public hearing. Ms. Rhodes, you have anything else you need to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Sure. You can make that request.
Chris, can you come back up for just a second? I'm assuming you visited the site.
Yes, sir.
Are the structures adequate to, be added onto or added to in such a way that, they can, take cinder block and spray foam and still, function? Or is it going to, is the concern legitimate that these are not going to be adequate to be quote unquote renovated and add sound mitigation to them? Because if you're doing what we said you were going to do,
right,
which was cinder block and spray foam, then now you're going to have to add HVAC,
yes,
or something to that effect.
Right.
And if it is in fact, an 8-foot structure, you're going to run out of surface area pretty quickly.
That's very true. And I'll just go ahead and say that I am not an architect.
I understand.
However, it's one of those things that the building code and the building department will ensure the safety, and the architect who designs these buildings will ensure the safety, as well as the MEP engineers that design the HVAC system to move the air in and out of the buildings to ensure the occupants have enough, moving air to keep it safe inside. Some of the walls may have to be replaced. And some of the walls are, stick-built 2x4s, and
Sure,
you'd have to, take those out and replace them with the CMU, which will make it more structurally sound. Then you could put the roof and the spray foam on top of it.
And then the second thing is, when it comes to sanitation, do these kennels already have concrete floors? Or, because it says in the plan that all this is going to be washed down, it's going to go down into a drain, into a septic tank, which assumes that there's a floor that's got a drain in it.
So
I'm sure some of them do.
I did not
but-
personally go inside those places because I just didn't.
I understand.
However, if that's something that's important to you, you can definitely make it.
I mean,
part of it.
it's in the management plan is what I'm saying.
So if it's in the management plan, it is going to be done. We're going to ensure that all the wash waste gets put into its proper place in the septic systems.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chris, on that same line of questioning, did you assess the septic system, or is this public sewer?
There is a septic system out there. I do have copies of the health department documents.
And it's within capacity for wash down and all that?
I don't remember, but the health department bought off on the use of them, so I'm assuming that the health department looked into that.
Chris, I'm looking at, on this site, we're looking at 8 buildings, and I understand Sherry walked through these buildings and some of what we're going to do, but, it's again reiterating the question, do we need to get these buildings and what's existing and what's add on to a bull for these concerns of airflow, I'm gonna say the HVAC, each one of these buildings is gonna have to have its own water, plumbing, and drainage. 8 buildings, I'm assuming there are multiple septic tanks here on site. I mean,
Yes.
has that system been engineered for all 8 of these buildings?
That's my understanding, that they have been designed and installed to service the 8 buildings. Again, I'm not a septic system designer, so I don't know myself, to be bluntly honest. But, you know, the health department has their rules and regulations, and I'm sure they looked into it and made sure that these are adequate for the needs.
But you have done some of that, you do some of that work, but that is not your work here, and we are not looking at that plan in our packet.
Correct. Those are the existing systems that were designed and installed previously to when I showed up.
Okay, any other questions?
What I'm saying is, we're not seeing any of that here. No septic system, no wastewater management, none of those specifics are in. We're not looking at any of that tonight. That's not in our packet, is what I'm reiterating.
There is a paragraph in the
Mr. Chairman, the questions about the buildings and the HVAC and plumbing and septic system, that would all be covered at the building permit stage. So that's not part of the site plan review.
Good point.
But there is a statement in here from the health department, under the sanitation, under the management plan, so. All right, any other questions, Mr. Lee?
I've got one more question. Is there any other material, soundproofing material, that will be used other than just the foam-filled concrete block? Anything that's specific for soundproofing?
So the plan is to use the concrete block for the walls and then like spray foam in the roof system, to make it one big shell, if you will, to keep all the noise inside.
Okay. That it? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, back to the Planning Commission now. Do you have any other questions or comments? Need any clarification on anything, Ms. Burnett?
I have a question about can I talk to the owner?
Sure.
Or the manager? It's about your management plan. It's on page 2, and it talks about dogs will be released outside in smaller supervised groups to minimize barking and noise.
Yes, ma'am.
To help ensure that noise levels are kept at a minimum. And the outside activities are between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you maybe tell me how many dogs or smaller groups? What that equates to?
I could throw out a number, but I mean, based on the yards, I would say between maybe 3 to 5 at one time, rotating in and out.
So they'll be rotated 3 to 5 dogs?
Yes,
and
ma'am. So
then-
it wouldn't be we let everybody out. It would be we rotate a certain portion out, bring those in, and then let another set out and bring those in and continue that rotation between 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then at 6 p.m., they go inside and their building is closed up, building is locked, music is started, alarms are put on into place, and staff doesn't go in there unless there's an emergency. And it's basically a quiet zone from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So the intent is to minimize the barking during the day as well?
We would love to minimize it completely all the way around. I mean, we're like I explained last go-round, we would like to have good relationships with our neighbors. If that's what it takes to have it, we are more than willing to do that. We're not deliberately trying to not make peace with them. It's just right now we have to work with what we have. And without approval, you can most definitely deny it and make us go back to 2006, but everybody needs to understand all those buildings that I outlined, those are housing dogs already, and that will require all of those dogs to go back into the yards that are currently empty. So we have already adjusted ourselves to move as many as we can into the indoor facilities we have now. But if we're denied, we can handle that physically, but it will create more barking until we go through permitting, and if we have to downsize the buildings and things, we can do that. But again, that will take longer for us to be able to fix the problem, which all of us, you guys, us, and the neighbors would like to have happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Is that
ma'am.
I've got a question for staff. And I failed to notice this in reviewing the package earlier, but it looks like, we list one parcel ID and one PIN number for this, but there appears to be, infrastructure that straddles two different parcels. For the site plan, septic system stretches two parcels. Any issue with that we're considering a site plan, a CSP for one parcel that doesn't include the second one? And it looks, according to the county parcel viewer, they appear to be separate owners on those two parcels as well.
We're not. It was 3 parcels that we went through the process, and then now it's one large parcel.
Well, I'm looking at this kind of southern parcel that stretches east to west.
That small section you're saying on the bottom right there, that's a separate piece. Yeah, that's a separate piece of property. That's not our property. That's not part of the site plan. That's just the...
Okay, well, I guess what caught my attention was looking at the sewer and septic plan included facilities on that site, on that parcel. And I'm assuming y'all have access easements across that, if that's how you're accessing your property?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, purple human septic.
Okay. Chris, do you have an answer for this?
Yes.
There are
So
requirements.
it's a hand-drawn sketch,
Kennels.
and I personally went out there and saw the sewer mound,
Temperature.
and it is all contained
guess
on
they don't.
the septic parcel. It was, whoever drew that septic tank and field lines in there, it was drawn a little too far south. But the septic mound is adjacent to that fenced-in yard right there next to the building 3. And I actually walked across it, so it is, it is on the subject property.
So what you're saying is it's further north?
Correct. It's drawn incorrectly on that sketch.
Okay, yeah, as long as staff's comfortable with that.
Okay. We need to move along. Anybody else have a question?
I do have a question, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. I've already closed the public hearing, Mr. Ellison. Yes,
For
ma'am.
the staff, in your definition, and I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Right.
But a kennel is a structure, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So to be a dog kennel, they have to have structures that accommodate the number of dogs they have. Is there a number?
We don't
No.
have a specific number, no.
Is there a limit of how many dogs you can have on your property if it's not a kennel? Like 2, 3, 4? No?
No. We have
Okay.
no regulations with that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, unless anybody has another question, we're going to have to move forward with a motion.
I do have one more question.
Okay?
We're here today because there's been an increase in intensity of use on the property that wasn't permitted. But with the proposed site plan or the proposed management plan, they're asking to enclose and add more space for dogs to be contained inside. Wouldn't that also be increasing the intensity of the use because now more dogs can be contained?
Yeah, so the previous issue was the intensity was increased without gaining a commission site plan approval. So this, what's before you today, not only corrects the previous intensification without a proper permit, but also would cover any new structures that they're discussing to help with the noise situation. So it would cover both the existing nonconformities and the proposed structures.
So it would increase again?
Yes, and so again, it's not a kennel is allowed in RA zoning, so it's not a disallowed use.
Right.
So the intensification was that it was originally constructed prior to zoning existing. They added more structures without going through a site plan approval like we're here today. That was the intensification that was kind of created a violation. So what they're requesting is the site plan approval that would correct the violation and also have some improvements that would address the noise concerns that have been brought up.
Thank you.
Jay, just for the sake of clarity moving forward, if we approve this, subject of staff conditions, if we approve this and all of this gets done, and a year and a half from now, we're sitting here again with the neighbors complaining about noise, since it's this is not a conditional use. A kennel is allowed by right in RA, correct?
It's allowed by right, but it triggers, because it's adjacent to residential uses, it triggers the commission site plan approval, which is why we're here today, yes.
But my point is, when they come back and they're complaining about noise again, we don't have any mechanism other than to return it to 2006 a year and a half from now.
So with the commission site plan approval, if they violate the permit that would be approved, and again, we can't regulate the number of dogs and things like that. That's outside of our purview. But if they violate the management plan as far as operating hours or the structures or anything that we can specifically approve, we can revoke that permit and make them come back and deal with it at that time. But as long as they're staying in compliance with the permit as approved, with the site plan approved, then they are operating legally to a permitted use.
But my question is if we revoke that, it would still only return them to 2006.
That's correct.
Because that existed prior to zoning.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I have one more, Mr. Chairman. So that I understand the USDA has regulations for, dogs and the amount of square footage required. Do we know if the applicant is in compliance with that? I know we may not necessarily regulate that, but do we know if they're in compliance with that based on the number of dogs they have now? And these enclosures, will they fall within those guidelines?
That's outside of our ability to regulate, but we could ask the applicant if they are, and if there are USDA guidelines that regulate that, we could make the commission, you could add a condition that they must be in compliance with USDA regulations, if that's who the regulatory body is.
Yeah, there are regulations, I guess, to the commissioners, if there's a consideration for approval, I'd like to ask that condition be added by staff.
Okay, if nothing else, I'm going to entertain a motion. You may need to, if you're going to make a motion to approve, we've talked about several things. I know we talked about time frame. You need to be sure if you choose to make that part of your motion, you need to clearly either state the time frame that's been recommended by staff. You're either okay with that. Personally, if we're going to approve this for the sake of the residents, I think they need to get on it and get this thing started I don't think we ought to give a year. That's my personal opinion, but I don't get to vote. So you guys have to make that decision. But you got to conclude that in your motion and anything else that's been talked about. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, I do have one more question, or just clarification.
Okay?
If there's a timeline to have all the improvements and everything done, and say it's a year from now, this management plan won't take effect until that starts, is that correct? So,
I mean, no, not necessarily. The hours of operation would become effective immediately. But obviously there's going to be a construction time period and a phasing in time period. So staff would have to work with the owner and the applicant to understand the sequence of how that happens and make sure that we're adhering to the management plan during that time period.
so a complaint that gets a code officer out there because the dogs are out at 10 o'clock at night and not in at 6, could shut them down again or bring us back to this point? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, it issues a permit violation and a code violation, which means they have to correct it quickly. It doesn't necessarily bring them back to you. It means they have to take action to correct it. So, yeah, I would see in this case, there's going to be something like the hours of operation would be something that could be pretty easily initiated right away. Some of the other things would probably have to phase in as far as like the rotations of outside time and things like that as the structures are being built. But if that were to happen, the process would be there would be a permit violation because they have an active permit for construction out there and a code violation that they would have to come into compliance with within a certain period of time. So it wouldn't necessarily come straight back to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, back to a motion. Somebody's got to make a motion. I can't. I got the easy job.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve with certain conditions. One is the condition that it gets completed in a year. And the other condition is, what was you talking about, the compliance?
Yeah, the USDA guidelines, minimum space requirements for dogs.
Yes, to add that in as well.
So to clarify, your first condition is that you're asking for all the work to be completed within a year?
I am.
Okay. I don't know, can we?
I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable. They would have to get through the permitting process quickly. But, so just so the board knows that if that's the condition and say we could reach a year and they're almost done but not quite done, we would just have to bring them back to you to get that time frame requested for extension.
Yes, that's acceptable.
I mean, I think it's reasonable to ask them to expedite the permitting process. I mean, these folks need some relief quickly, so.
Yes.
I think that's a reasonable.
Is that all your conditions, Mr. Fletcher? Staff?
Yes, unless some,
Recommendation?
plus the staffs, yes.
Okay. So Mr. Fletcher has made a motion to approve subject to staff comments and the two items that he's added. Does anybody second the motion?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert has seconded the motion. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I did add an extra word to letter number 4. It says construction completion shall be complete within a year of CSP approval.
Okay.
So that's going to be the addition.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Planning Commission, do you need a break or can we move on? Everybody okay? Okay. If you will, if you'll, those that are leaving, if you'll go on outside and have your conversations out there so we can move on to the next item. This time we're going to open the public hearing for case number Z24-18, Bingston property. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to remind you that this is the cases that are, this case and the next case are tied together with the PRD, so just remind everybody of that.
Yeah. Should I open the public hearing for both of them and try to deal with them? I think let's do. All right, given that, we're going to also open the public hearing as soon as I get my paperwork right. Yeah, we'll also open the public hearing now. Also, in addition to the Z24-18, we'll do the Z24-28 Childress property and the PRD 24-05, the Cambridge subdivision, or PRD, what it should be. So even though these are three different cases, we'll discuss it because they're all together. We'll discuss them together, but we will vote on them independently. So if you're here on any of those three cases, we'll have you come up and speak to it. All right, Ms. Rhodes.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I will present the Bingston property and then move straight into the PRD.
Yes, I think we better do that.
Okay. This is case Z24-18, the Bingston property. Here's the location of the subject property within the county. The request is to rezone 21 acres from RA to RSF3. The subject is located in Planning District 12 and zoned RA. Rural Agricultural District. The subject property is located north of County Road 54 and west of Highway 59 in the Robertsdale area. The applicant is Mr. Dwayne Smith, and the owner is Bill Bingston Jr. The proposed zoning is to RSF3, Residential Single Family District for residential use. Here are the factors that we look at in a rezoning request. The majority of the factors have been met. There are some questionable ones and one factor that has not been met. Here's the locator map and the site map. The property is surrounded by RSF3 and RA zoning, all with agricultural land uses. Here are the agency comments. Staff's recommendation is approval of this request. However, this is to cross-reference the conditions of approval that are related to the next case, which is Z24-28 and PRD 2405. Correlating information related to the Cambridge PRD. Here's the subject property and the adjacent property images. Here are the current zoning requirements for RA zoning and the proposed zoning requirements for RSF3 zoning. In terms of staff analysis and findings, the subject property is zoned RA, with adjacent properties being zoned both RA and RSF3. So although not developed, the adjacent property to the west, zoned for mid-density use, is zoned for mid-density use, and the subject property is proposed to be an extension of this use. So because of this, it can be concluded that the existing development pattern is compatible with the requested change. There have been a few changes to the zoning map since zoning was adopted in 2006. And as you can see highlighted, some of the parcels that were zoned RSF3 when zoning was adopted have now been developed. The proposed use does not conform to the master plan, but would be better suited for a mid-density development potential. I'm going to jump down to number 5. There may be some increase in traffic with the proposed use that will be addressed at a traffic study. All of this is in your packet. In terms of environmental conditions, we had 2 wetland delineations conducted on the subject property, as well as the adjacent parcels to the west that are located within the PRD. The first delineation was provided by environmental consultants, which identified approximately 2.87 acres of jurisdictional wetlands. We had a second wetland delineation provided by Thompson Engineering that showed approximately 2.1 acres of wetlands, as well as 1.9 acres of non-wetland ditches. So per the Natural Resources Planner, the 2 delineations will need to be reconciled into a single document and then reflected on the site plan. And this will be presented to the County Commission, and I will reiterate this during the PRD review. Here's the first wetland delineation provided by environmental consultants, and the second wetland delineation provided by Thompson Engineering. And then same thing with the traffic being a potential concern. All right, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I forgot I was going to the next one. All right, this is case Z2428, the Childress property, and PRD 2405, the Cambridge subdivision. The request is to rezone and a planned residential development approval for a 445-site residential development, and staff's recommendation is approval for both the rezone and the PRD. The owners are Stephen Childress and Bill Bingston Jr. for the properties in question. The surveyor is Rowe Engineering, and the engineer is Dwayne Smith. Total lots requested 445 sites with a density of 3.06 lots per acre. The total amount of open space is approximately 33.828 acres, and the total amount of usable open space is 31.72 acres. A traffic study is not required for the PRD, but it will be required for the preliminary plat. A scoping meeting regarding the traffic study has been conducted with staff and the developer. I mentioned earlier in the prior rezone case that 2 wetland delineations were provided and showing approximately 4 acres of wetlands on one. And staff reached out to the Baldwin County Board of Education, and they did not express any opposition. Here's a location of the properties within the county. Looking at the factors for the rezone, staff believes that half the factors have been met and some of them remain questionable. Here's the locator map and the site map of the piece of property that is to be rezoned. The adjacent zonings are residential and agricultural, with commercial in the bottom corner of the subject property. Here are the subject property images and adjacent property images. Here's the steps for a rezone and a PRD. We have the zoning, which is B3 and RA. We want to rezone this property to RSF2 with a PRD. Here are the current zoning requirements for RA zoning and the proposed zoning requirements for B3 zoning. Or excuse me, the current requirements for B3 and the proposed requirements for RSF2. In terms of the requested change being compatible with the existing development pattern and the zoning of nearby properties, as mentioned earlier, the property is zoned RA and B3, and we have adjacent parcels that are zoned RA, RSF3, and B3. As mentioned in the prior rezone application, the adjacent property to the east is currently zoned for mid-density residential use, and the subject property is proposed to be an extension of this use. We can also see existing residential uses within 1 mile north and south of the subject property. And as mentioned earlier, there have been a few rezones in the area since zoning was adopted, and some of the parcels to the north that are zoned RSF3 are now developed. And as mentioned earlier, It's questionable that the proposed zoning conforms to the master plan. There is some moderate development for future development potential. And in terms of traffic, this will likely increase the traffic. Like I mentioned earlier, a traffic study is not required for a PRD, but it will be for a preliminary plat. And turnout permits onto County Roads 54 and 55 would be reviewed by the county. I mentioned earlier the 2 wetland delineations that were provided for the subject properties, and these would need to be consolidated for the PRD site plan. In terms of the PRD details, here are all the parcels in question for the PRD. This is the proposed site plan. Here are some examples of the proposed homes, as well as the site data table and lot density calculations. Here is the landscape plan. We see 40 feet of landscaping abutting any agricultural uses, and then a 20-foot buffer, as well as the 10-foot landscape buffers along the classified roads. Here are all the availability letters that were provided for the PRD. The subdivision narrative, this is an original narrative. It will need to be edited for the county commission to reflect the correct number of units that are proposed if this particular case moves forward to 445 units instead of 452. Here are some of the proposed amenities: a multi-purpose sports field, walking trails, a playground and park area, pickleball courts, a fishing pier, and a kayak launch. In terms of staff comments, as I mentioned earlier, multiple amenities are proposed. A permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has been applied for to fill jurisdictional wetlands where the streets cross the wetlands. The proposed ponds you can see in the snipped images here should assist in any regional detention. The pond that's located along the southeast portion of the property, which is this large snipped image down here, will have a littoral shelf that will mimic wetlands, and the development, as mentioned in the landscape plan, will be surrounded by landscape buffers, reducing the visual impact on the surrounding parcels and the road. And then I mentioned earlier, this is the first wetland delineation that was performed for the PRD that shows approximately 2.87 acres of jurisdictional wetlands. The second wetland delineation that was performed by Thompson Engineering, where we have 2.1 acres of wetlands on the property, and then the areas in light blue is 1.9 acres of non-wetland ditches, which are identified as non-jurisdictional with this delineation. So staff's recommendation for Z2428, the rezone request from RA and B3 to RSF2 is approval. And staff's recommendation for the PRD 2405, Cambridge subdivision, is approval with the following conditions. Approval of the rezoning request from RA and B3 to RSF2, as well as approval of the Bankston property, which is case Z2418. As mentioned earlier, per the Natural Resources Planner, the 2 wetland delineations that reflect jurisdictional wetlands based on the professional wetland delineator's opinion shall be reconciled into a single document and reflected on the PRD site plan that will be presented in front of the County Commission. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineer permit will need to be approved and reflected on the PRD site plan, which will need to be submitted prior to preliminary plat approval. And then a standard condition: when the preliminary plat is submitted, the wetlands and wetland buffer may be adjusted to reflect what is shown on an acceptable wetland report, but the number of lots cannot be increased without Planning Commission approval. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on either case.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Corey, just to confirm on the PRD, are all the lots proposed at 52-foot wide?
I believe so.
It's the only one listed on the table, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I believe so. And Dwayne Smith is here, and he can clarify that.
Okay.
waiting on something? Oh, I thought we were waiting on Corey. All right, I've got a comment, several in fact. I hate to go against, always hate to go against staff recommendations, but I just totally disagree on this one. And I'll go to the second rezoning, which is requesting the RA to R2. And going to the first point that the requested change is compatible with existing development, we turn right around and say that the adjacent property is not developed, so it's not compatible because there's nothing there. And even the area around it's not compatible. We say that it's, is it compatible with zoning? It will not be compatible to zoning. It's zoned R3, but they're not proposing to build R3. If they're building R3 80-foot wide lots, 10,000 square feet, then it'd be compatible, be more compatible. But that's not what they're proposing. They're proposing much smaller lots. So in my opinion, number one is an X. It's not a checkoff as though it is compatible. So I disagree with that item. Does it conform to the master plan? And under moderate development, it says that it's the related zonings is RSF1 and RSF2. Well, it'd be fine if they were developing RSF2. They're not developing RSF2. They're doing much smaller lots. So in my opinion, that's an X, not a checkoff. You got a question mark, but I'd say it's an X because I don't think they're building, and again, I said this in work session, we can't do anything, and I hope the folks here understand this. I don't know how it got approved as R3, the large tract, when it was initially brought in. We can't do anything about that. It is zoned R3. They can build an R3 development, 10,000 square foot lots at 80 feet wide by right. Whatever number of lots they can get in there, I guess you could calculate it out. It says you could do about 400 lots. I'm not sure they could actually do that. Given that, for that area, that's already way over what I think that part of the area of this county should have. I'm not inclined to consider any rezoning of adjacent properties that would only add more numbers to what is already an escalated number. So that's my opinion, and I know, again, I may have others on this planning commission that disagree, but, and then I have some other things I want to ask the applicant when he comes up, or the representative, about some of his narrative and versus some pictures that he showed us. So anybody else on the planning commission have any comments or questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman, just want to clarify something on your concern. So in this case, we have an underlying rezoning request and a PRD overlay. And even though they're being presented together, they're evaluated differently. So so I understand what you're saying in your comments on the PRD, but when the staff reviews those 10 criteria, that's looking at just the underlying zoning, not the effects of the overlay. That's a separate review. So just to clarify, that's why those are getting check marks, because you look at what's going on around it for the underlying zoning, it's compatible with that. The PRD is a totally different thing for you.
I understand that. Maybe they made a mistake in submitting the PRD with the rezoning request. If they submitted the rezoning request and never showed us the PRD, then I get what you're saying. But now that I know what they're proposing to do, it doesn't wash. So that's my opinion. All right. I'll get in trouble for that. Y'all don't do that. All right. Any other questions or comments for staff? All right. I have a long list, but I have one signed up that we need to bring up first. Is representing the applicant, Dwayne Smith.
Okay, Dwayne Smith, Anchor Engineering. To answer the first question that came up to staff, it is actually about 65% 62-foot lots and about 35% 52-foot lots. I'm not sure exactly what document you're looking at there. It's about 65% 62-foot lots and about 35% 52-foot lots. I don't have the exact numbers right in front of me right now, but well over half are the 62-foot lots. So As for the density, if you calculate the density allowed by current zoning to what's being proposed with the PRD, it's very similar. I think current zoning would allow you about 425 lots if you just went and developed it as it is. And proposed is about, with the PRD, is about 445, I believe it was. So this, spent a lot of time working with staff, coming up with what we felt like was a good solution for this site. This area has regional flooding issues that occur during storm events. We did a watershed drainage analysis, evaluated the entire area to figure out what was going on. It basically has two drainage structures that deal with the water every time a rain happens on County Road 54 here. One is a 30-inch reinforced concrete pipe, more to the west side. One is a box culvert, more to the east side. Our analysis showed under existing conditions that drainage pipe under a 10-year storm floods, the 30-inch drainage pipe. The box culvert under a 50-year storm floods. So part of what you see here and part of what we've done is we built these big lakes, quite frankly, that will hold water all the time and be an amenity to the subdivision. But these lakes are really watershed lakes. What the government used to build 50, 60 years ago, they built big lakes to solve watershed problems. That's essentially what we're doing here. If we're building just what's required for this subdivision, it would be less than 30% of what you see here to handle the stormwater just for the subdivision. Our intent in going into this was to solve a watershed problem to help the county out too with their drainage structures on their roadway. The lakes, or the bigger lake, which is a 10-acre lake, as staff mentioned, will have a littoral shelf. So not only are we handling the stormwater, we're actually building basically in a wetland to do water quality before the water leaves the site, to try to make sure the stream.
You're okay. Go ahead.
And we've done, as staff mentioned, 2 wetland delineations, have a wetland permit in process. And I guess our overall layout on the PRD, we tried to follow everything that is the intent behind what we felt like and what staff felt like was a PRD. We provided amenities. It's kind of 3 pods across there. Each pod has its own amenities. And yes, while the lot sizes are smaller, that's kind of what comes with the PRD process, in that we are providing amenities, more green space, trying to have beneficial use. With that, it requires you to make your lot sizes a little smaller and do them in pod-type developments, kind of cluster lotting, and that was the intent behind it. So while, yes, we're asking for R3 zoning and R2 zoning, and we're not doing R3 and R2 lots, you really can't do both of those things and achieve what the PRD was intended to achieve.
Okay. Are you saying that the watershed issue is only an issue for the PRD? It wouldn't be an issue for an R3 development?
If we did an R3 development, we could go out there and design ponds just for our development, and you would still have a watershed issue occurring at the roadways. By subdivision regulations, we would only be required to store the water for our development.
But the PRD requires you to do more?
No, that was us working with staff.
So you would do it for the PRD, but you wouldn't do it for the subdivision? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to understand that, so why they're different.
Well, I mean, as part of this, we offered through this PRD process to improve a problem that is occurring.
Okay.
At all.
Dwayne, on your pictures for the homes on this site, because this is going to be an issue that I know there's several on this planning commission we already, you've been to these meetings enough, we talk about 60-foot wide lots and parking issues. You've just actually made it a little bit worse because now you're proposing 52-foot wide lots. You show three different pictures of house plans, but yet in your narrative you say every lot will have a 2 or 3 car garage. Where are the garages on the bottom 2 pictures?
The bottom one, it'd be a side entry garage. Every house will have a 2-car garage minimum. They're hands down. I mean, I could provide more pictures of homes. I was just trying to give samples. That's not exactly the home necessarily that's going to get built.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Mr. Smith?
I have a question. You have stub outs for this subdivision to the north and to the east?
That was at staff request.
Okay, so the intent is to tie this to future developments?
Staff requested us to do those stub outs. We have no intent to develop
Okay.
in the future or tie. That was merely a staff request.
Ms. Burnett, I can answer that. So this was in reaction, so in different parts of the county, as developments occurred, there hasn't been reserved stub outs in years past. And
Yes.
then at some point in time, adjacent property comes on and it prohibits interconnectivity. So what we're doing, not just on this one, on most all of our developments now, is requiring those stub outs to be reserved so that if something adjacent to it ever develops, there is a way to cross connect and help traffic circulation. They're not paving anything, they're not creating a road to that property line, it's just making sure that we reserve right away for the future if it's ever needed.
The reason I asked is I didn't want automatically property owners to the north or property owners to the east to think this would be an acceptable type of development on those parcels.
No, ma'am, they would have to go through the normal process like anything else. This just makes sure we're planning for the future that if anything ever does happen, we have proper interconnectivity, which is a very common practice amongst all the jurisdictions these days.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Smith?
Can you bring, oh, you have it right there. Which ones are the entrances and which ones are the stub outs? Because I
So
think
there's
the
an
one on,
entrance off of 54 on the south here. There's an entrance off
That's the
55
main.
to the west. There's a stub out to the east on this east side over here, and then stub out to the north there.
okay, so those are not ingress, egress, those are,
No, those are just
okay.
reserved right-of-ways, as Jay mentioned.
So there's only 2 ingress, egress, and they're both in that bottom.
Yes, but there's circular flow all through it, so basically, there's 2 ways to get to every lot in the subdivision.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Smith? We have quite a few sign up in opposition, so I'm going to go there unless somebody has a question. Thank you, sir. All right. Shannon Biggs.
Hi, my name is Shannon Biggs, and I'm the newest landowner to the north of the Z24-28. There's a picture of my property and it had the fences. And what I want to talk about, the first point is that there is no traffic light there. I've been a Baldwin County resident since 1978. There's never been a traffic light at the 54 and 55. And sometimes in the morning when we're out there mowing property, we can't get through with the residents that are already here. And if you're proposing 450 lots, and let's say there's like a 4-person family, you're going to dump an entire city on us of about 1,800 people in that 150 acres. I just had to buy my property, and it's not even on my deed. It's not even wet, even dry yet. The signatures, and I had to, because it is a rule, I had to buy 3 acres, and I'm excited about that. And I think that these people need to buy 3 acres, or maybe 1.5 acres. Or something, not like row homes. We need to have it where they have a yard. If they're going to have 4 and 5 people in their family, to have distance. And I mean, yes, I'm sure that it's going to become subdivision at some time, but can we have a little bit of, I don't think we can accommodate 2,000 people or so in that little area. And I think that needs to be fences for noise for those of us that are there. And I do think that maybe if you decide you want to approve this, it has to be with the traffic study, because if you've ever been on 54 or 55 in the morning when school buses are there, it's a really long wait. It's even a long wait in the afternoons. And my neighbor goes to get her mail, and sometimes she crosses the street to get her mail. It's 20 minutes before she can get back across the street to her house on 55. So my mailbox is going to be on 55 as soon as I get that done. But the point that I'm trying to make is that we have such congestion right now with the four-way stop that if there's no traffic study and you're going to dump 1,800, if there's there's 4 people in each family and 450 different homes, it's going to be more people than live in Silver Hill right now at the end of that, across from the zone in that field. I think there needs to be a little bit more caution as far as noise, and if they're going to have an entrance on 55 and an entrance on 54, there has to be some type of traffic, because it's just absolutely out of control at this point as it is, and maybe fences, and we just think that maybe some of us, our neighbors together, have talked, and it needs to be less than 455 80-foot lots. Maybe some reasoning as to a 3-acre parcel like I have, because it's rural, and if they do redesign it, maybe 1-acre lots, not sardines packed in like that. That's what I have to say about that.
Okay? Thank
Please
you,
take
ma'am.
that consideration. Thank you.
Let me just go ahead in case somebody else has this same issue, just so you know the process. If by chance the Planning Commission votes tonight to recommend approval, this will go to the County Commission. They would have to approve the rezoning, the PRD. If they get those approvals, then they will have to design their subdivision, come back to this Planning Commission. They will have to, at that time, do a traffic study. And as you probably can guess, with that amount of traffic, there will be turn lanes, a traffic light. I can't tell you it'll be a traffic light. It just depends on the traffic study. But there will be improvements made at that intersection. I'm almost certain of that. But that study comes later if they get the approval. So, all right, Donnie Dearborn.
I'm Donnie Dearborn. I live across the street of 55 in a subdivision on 54. I have several issues. I've got to watch the clock where you have your little question marks. My first issue is where it says proposed the master plan. The master plan of 2006 put this as a rural agricultural piece of property. I believe the reason they did that is not only because it was used as that at that time, but they do know that both those county roads of 54 and 55 are not able to handle any traffic that she had mentioned. If you can go in there and subvert the master plan anytime you want to put it to whatever you want to put it to, what's the point of having a master plan to begin with? You might as well take it and throw it in the garbage, because it means nothing. That is my first issue. My second issue is, like she said, about traffic. There is no way right now between 7 in the morning until about 9:30 in the morning, the intersection and those roads are packed. UPS uses that 54 as their main road going to the eastern shore. In the afternoons, from 3:30 until 6:30, you cannot get through those roads as it is right now. I know you say they've got to possibly do something. There is no room on that roads to do anything. The other issue that I have with is you're talking about environmental impact. Yes, there is a great environmental impact. You know what I know it is? It is wetlands. They say they're going to fix the wetlands. Well, who are they going to divert that water from? I know they say they're going to put ponds, but that doesn't mean anything. That water is not going to be able to be subtained in those ponds. Currently, like I said, I live across the street, and this is what our property does right now. There's no way that we can add extra property. I mean, extra wetlands there. And like I said, every time it rains now, 54 floods as you're heading back towards the east. So, also, when they talk about the health and wellness, if you add this much traffic, which you're looking at approximately 900 more cars, you're going to have more accidents, which will make it more of a safety and health situation. I could actually go like Steve and go over all of these and find fault with them, but I only have 3 minutes. But that's what I wanted to kind of say, as I am 100% against this proposal.
Okay.
And it doesn't meet the original master plan that was done in 2006.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Kent. Okay.
Thank you for hearing us. So on your plan up there, me and my wife here, we own 2 of the parcels just to the south of that big retention pond looking thing there. And we've been there, well, she's been there all her life, but when I married her, I moved there so we've been there 41 years. And over that time, I've seen that area, that whole back section there is the retention pond for the 400 or 500 acres around there. All the land around that drains into that. So I've seen that before flooded from Steve Childress's property on the east of it all the way to Steve Childress's property on the west of it, and the back of our property underwater several times. 2 times I've seen it cross 54 down here near the gas station. It flooded all the way back, was across there, and it takes several days for that to flow out. In that time, the back of one of those times was Danny, and one of them was just a thunderstorm in the middle of the summer. This recent hurricane we had, Sally, that property drained for over a week. So those 2 retention ponds you have back there, if you want to develop any of that, you need to turn that whole back half into a retention pond. You might develop the front. Because it's a lot of water goes in there. I don't know if y'all can grasp the amount I'm talking about. At the time of Danny, we had cattle on that property, and there was a fence at the back of the property, 2 barbed wire fences, this tall. This much of the fence was out of the water. And that our property's like 2 or 3 foot higher than that back part. So that water's got to go somewhere. Now, me and my wife they've already tried to, you said earlier you didn't know how they zoned that one part. We don't know either because we never heard it was zoned until we saw the map. Like, that's zoned? And we don't know when it was zoned to R3, or we never heard anything about it. But our back of our property back there, a developer tried to develop that, and he sued us over that ditch that the water egresses through. That farm ditch that was put in place was put in by her father, and that runs across our property. And he sued us to get the ditch. The ditch at the top of it's about 30 foot wide, and at the bottom it's 6 to 8 foot wide. And he wanted to open that ditch up to 100 foot wide at the top and 30 foot wide at the bottom, which would open us to be sued from the people south of us, because they said, you do that, we'll sue you. So we denied him, and we had to go to court and fight him for 2 years. And it was seen in our favor, and the judge's orders are that ditch is not to change size. That's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, y'all. All right. As he said, we've lived there my whole life. I lived at my parents' house 2 houses down. So this property back here, the Bingston property, belonged to my grandfather. He helped homestead it back at the turn of the century. This property was known as Hudson's Pond. It was a cypress swamp with alligators, believe it or not. My father had the ditch dug on his property to help drain it, and I have the original paperwork for it. to help drain his property so he could farm it. I have a question about this. This was July's issue of the factors. They had 4 not factors that recommended denial on it. This month, they only had 1. I'd like to know what changed the staff. Why did it change from 4 in July to just 1 tonight?
Which factors were they that were denied?
There was factors 1.
I can answer that.
Okay.
So when the applicant, that first application was originally submitted, it was prior to any wetland delineations being formed. And so the hydric soils map and the potential wetland map showed most of the property being wet. And so we requested the applicant and said, you know, that they really need to do a wetland study before they proceed any further. And that's, so we got more information to be able to properly evaluate it.
As my husband was speaking about the lawsuit, that was Silver Creek, and it came in 2007. And they worked for a couple of years trying to develop that property, the Bingston property. They failed because of drainage issues. And that's when they started trying to come on our property to work out some deal on drainage. My brother, he stated he's seen that back property flood out numerous times over here. He's older than me. He says around 15 times. It's almost like a lake back there. I don't understand how they think their lakes or retention pond is going to hold that much water. And even if it is developed, that water that this area right now helps hold, it's going to run off and flood areas all the way around it. And I have a question, whose fault will it be? Who do we point our finger to when the farmers around there can't farm their property and they get flooded out? Whose fault is it? Why was it even developed to begin with? It should not be developed. It needs to stay a green area. The soil back there is a type of a GR soil, which is a graded pond. It actually acts like a giant sponge to help absorb the water.
Okay, thank you.
Did y'all need this, the court order and all that?
No.
Okay.
Got you.
Thank you.
Terry Whiteside?
Thank y'all for hearing us. And so I'd like to just ditto basically what Wayne and his wife shared and what Donnie shared with such beautiful passion. And I'd like to ask you a question. So we think about the size of these houses. We think about how the crime has increased in Baldwin County. We think about just the gang activity that occurred less than 2 weeks ago, starting in Robertsdale going to Silver Hill. We think about the size of this place with 2 entrances and all this stuff going on. The size of these houses inviting crime. The size of this house in this community, even though it sounds beautiful with the ponds in there, please put a levee around it so to keep the water in. But we think about all this stuff happening, it's detrimental to our community. There's already multiple subdivisions that have been built in this area, down here behind the Walmart, over on 49, that have no houses in them. Why are we even adding more? But the main reason I would like to share as well too, which Donnie passionately shared, is the water. Because a lot of that water comes through, floods my area. And I don't like it. Thank you for hearing our time.
Okay. Tim Mullet?
Thank you. I farm the property to the north side with my brother and my father. For many years, people have moved to Baldwin County for a reason. They like the Baldwin County way of life. Corn, soybean, potato fields, and cow pastures have given way to cotton and peanut fields, but it's all the same. People like clear skies and no light pollution. They like quiet nights and Sundays. They did not sign up for this. And this has got to stop. Drainage. Kendrick Road, the water that comes through Kendrick Road and goes onto this is awful. water can infiltrate this acreage with no roof at a certain rate. When they build those houses, that's gone. Now, everybody on 54 can eat it all. And don't trust their calculations because they don't work. Cars, the roads cannot handle the cars now. We farm. We were here first. Our equipment's 20 foot wide. We can't get down the road. They ought to let farmers be treated the same as a police officer and an ambulance. Everybody ought to get off the road. We can't farm in this county. It is extremely hard. Drift, we spray. I already got neighbors to the north, so I got to have a north wind. Now you go slap all that on the south end. Now what am I going to do? Because if I get a south wind, then I'll blow it on them. Then you build somebody on the west, then the east, then I'm boxed in. Dust. Well, how are they going to like it when we grow peanuts and blow it all in their houses? You better tell them you got your peanut allergy, you better not come here. This is our county, and y'all and these developers have ruined it. You have stolen my way of life and shut me down. And y'all need to stop it and deny it.
All right. Please hold your applause. Josephine Walker. Okay. Kathy Elgie.
Kathy had to leave, she had a prior engagement.
Amelia Yost.
I agree with everything else that's said.
Thank you. Gary Powers.
Just got a couple things I'd like to say. I feel like I'm one of the younger people here. I just purchased my house right there at Corona Creek and 55 7 years ago, and I'm very proud of it. And I thank you for what you said at the beginning of this meeting in regards to this nonsense that they're proposing. It can't happen anymore. This has got to, I'm a builder, I'm a contractor, and I oppose, like the gentleman said about the crime rate, what do you guys think that, and I guarantee you half of them probably going to be rentals too. It's just not a good thing for the county. If we're going to build this county up, we need to build it up the correct way with a nice subdivision, 25 homes on good lots. That's what we should be proposing for the county in my area. That's all.
Okay. Lori Stover? No? Forrest Mahoney?
Everybody pretty much asked the questions that was on my mind, except I want to know, when y'all finally realize this is going to be a traffic problem, we already got it bottlenecked daylight to sundown. It's just, you can't put no more on 55, 54, or 104 in that area. It's jammed up as it is. The only question that wasn't asked is who's going to pay for it when y'all finally realize the infrastructure needs to expand, the roads. Where y'all going to put it? Who's going to pay for it? Are y'all going to up our taxes to pay for it? Are y'all going to come off money to pay for it? The builder, developer? Who's going to pay for it? That's what I want to know. We can't fit that sardine can in there. Say you had 3 cars per house, 445, that's 1,335 vehicles. It's already stopped up as it is. Well, like I said, who's going to pay for all this growth, the infrastructure, the roads? The only thing they got down that road is a water line. Who's going to fit the bill for everything else? Is it going to be the contractor, developer, y'all, or us? That's what I want to know.
Okay. I have one more signed up that was a neutral. Joe Mullick, did you wish to speak? Okay. All right, that's all I had signed up to speak. I'm going to close the public hearing then and have discussion with the Planning Commission and staff. Ms. Corey, Ms. Rhodes, you have anything else you need to add
No, sir.
on any of the items? All right, we have 3 items. We'll have to take them separately, but for the sake of conversation, does anybody have any questions on any part of it?
I have a question, and how do we get from the history of, it's on the first with the rezoning of that 20 acres, how do we get that to RSF3 delineation?
Are you speaking of the parcel that's already zoned RSF3?
No, the one the first one that is RA. How do we get from where it is when this is, I'm going to say it's some of the wettest to this, to be the proposing to that density from RA to RSF3? That's what was tabled a couple months ago, I believe.
Are you asking about, there's some existing RSF3 zoning, are you talking about the property to the east?
I guess it is 24-18, Z 24-18. It's the first one of the 3.
So the Bingston property.
How did we come on this 21 acres to go from RA with the map, some of the information that we have, to a recommendation, or we're voting to all the way to RSF3?
The applicant requested
Well,
RSF3.
so there's there's several different factors on that. One is it's adjacent to RSF3 zoning on to the north and to the west, so it would be a logical expansion of the existing zone. The master plan calls for this to be moderate density, and because of the hydric soils in the area, it had some conservation areas listed in the master plan. So, I mean, without going through all 9 of those criteria again, but those were the major factors.
Jay, maybe I missed it, but that original parcel that's RSF3 already, when zoning was adopted here, did it come in as RSF3?
That's what I understand. I haven't thoroughly researched that, but from what I understand.
Sean's nodding her head back there.
Yeah.
Slide 16.
I just didn't know if this was one of those that got, one of those fancy, it just became RSF3, like some of the RSF1 and 22 that.
No, from what I understand, when that planning district voted for zoning, it actually came in as RSF3. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Mr. Seibert, you can see it on the slide here. This is the original zoning map from 2006, and then this is the current zoning map from 2024. So you can see it was zoned RSF3.
And you can kind of see, even on the original zoning map and the current zoning map, that there was always a lot of plan for medium to moderate density in this area, just judged by the amount of RSF3, 2, and some RSF1 in the area. So, and it's very close to the corporate limits of Robertsdale. So all those things, like I said, without going through all our 10 factors again, that's kind of all the evaluating measures that we looked at when we evaluate the rezoning. And again, like I mentioned earlier, we have to evaluate the underlying zoning requests separately from the PRD. So that's why they're that way they were.
Yeah, I get, Jay, that may have been the kind of previous recommendation at some point in time. I mean, clearly there was some intent there with RSF3 being zoned in 2006, but I mean, I guess just looking at the master plan we adopted last year, I mean, it's labeled for conservation or preservation, and I guess that's where I'm having some heartburn on it.
Yeah, as we talked about in previous months, the master plan from 2023, if you look at the anticipated intensity of uses, you kind of have to, nothing on this master plan is parcel specific. It's really more of a geospatial analysis of what the suitability for development was. Those conservation areas were developed off of that potential wetland layer. So a lot of times, in this case, that's why as the lady asked earlier, why the recommendation was, what changed between July and now is the applicant stated like this isn't wetlands that's showing up on the hydric soils, and said, well, give us some wetland studies so we can properly evaluate this. And so looking at the intent of those conservation areas in the master plan, it was about potential wetland and hydric areas. What we have to do with the master plan, since it's not parcel specific, we have to look at what's going on around those areas in this kind of situation with what kind of land uses it calls for, because it's not as exact as a zoning ordinance. It's a very much a guideline, and it's intended to be a guideline. So there's a lot of interpretation, as we talk about every month, that has to go into what that master plan is really trying to say for the area.
Jay, a follow-up question. Even if it's moderate, that's still RSF1 and RSF2, is that correct?
That's correct. Moderate is RSF1 and RSF2, yeah. So that's why it was questionable whether it met because this would, even though it's, fairly close to an RSF2 density, there is RSF3 in the area already, all around it, that's also called for moderate. So it's kind of the same discussion we have every month. We have to look at the master plan, look at the existing zoning around it, look at the existing land uses, and try to take all those factors and mesh them into an analysis of what we think would be a compatible use in the area.
Any other questions, comments? I want to make it clear, I know that a lot of these folks know me because I'm from Silver Hill, so some folks may say I'm only opposed to this because it's in my area. But I think I've made it clear many times on record that I'm opposed to these 60-foot wide lots anywhere. Many times we get them because they're subdivisions in unzoned area and we can't do anything about it. Mr. Smith is right with what he has zoned and what he's asking for, and folks can't get away from this. They have a right to do about 400 and something lots here. He's only asking to add a few. Again, I'm not obliged to give them any more. And I'm opposed to the PRD. I think it's a terrible PRD. I don't think it's a planned residential at all. It's just a maxed out use development. And if it had a true design to it with some true neighborhood look to it, then I would feel differently. But I've been in the business and I've drawn many PRDs. This does not fit. This is just used to get the maximum they can get out of it. But again, we will only be making a recommendation tonight. It will go to the county commission. They will have they don't like for me to say this, but they get the final say on it. So there'll be another public hearing regardless of which way we go tonight, whether we recommend approval or denial. It will go to the planning commission and they'll have a public hearing there. So with that, does anybody have any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Well, let's start this. We'll start with the case number Z24-18, the Bingston property rezoning. This is the 21-acre piece from RA to RSF3. So we're going to have to take these one at a time. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the county commission denial on case number Z 24-18 due to traffic, safety, the wetlands, flooding, and non-compliance with the master plan.
Okay, Ms. Stradiger's made a motion to deny this item. Have a second?
I'll second.
Who was that? I didn't. Oh. George Waters. All right, so we have a motion. Any questions or comments on the motion? This is a recommendation to the county commission for denial. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one's recommended for denial. So the next item, just give me a second. All right, is case number Z24-28, the Childers property. This is the rezoning from RA to RSF2, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Entertain a motion on this item. Okay, no one wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
Ms. Burnett?
that we recommend denial to the county commission based on safety, stormwater management, and traffic.
All right, Ms. Burnett's made a motion, a recommendation to the county commission that we deny.
I want to add, also, it's inconsistent to the master plan.
Say what? I'm sorry.
It's inconsistent to the master plan.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Stratiger has seconded the motion. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So does that automatically mean that you want us to go ahead and take action on the
You
PRD?
need to take action on it, but yeah, the PRD can't be approved without.
Yeah. So you understand we can't recommend approval on PRD because it wouldn't comply with, because the zoning wouldn't. That's correct. So you want us to take action on it anyway?
I think it would be good to take action.
All right.
You still have to make a recommendation.
So we need a motion on the PRD 24-05.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Was that Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Schemberg? Okay.
Do we have to give a reason?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We need a break? Need a break? I have one or two saying yes, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. At this time, we'll open the public hearing for case number Z24-37, the Kiefer property, I'm sorry. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Ms. Boykin couldn't be with us here today, so I will present the next two items. And Commissioners, I'll try to do this as expeditiously as possible given the hour and the amount of items we still have on the agenda. So Kiefer property, as you see here, Commissioners have before you the location within the county, and you will see that is in Planning District 22. Request is RA to RSF1. And let me switch here. There we go. I promised I was trying to be expeditious, Commissioners. So Ms. Boykin couldn't be here. I'm presenting. This is RA to RSF1, recommending approval. You see the location within the county, Planning District 22. And you see our side-by-side map, so you can see the existing zoning around the property, and you can see the aerial image on your right. We have some adjacent property photos here. Commissioners, I'll do this expeditiously by saying this. All but one of our check marks here are green on our 11 criteria. So what I'll do is provide a brief explanation about item number 5 that Ms. Boykin had a question about. And so the other 11 criteria, we'll save that if there's any questions. In terms of item 5, there's a couple ways to mitigate that because County Road 91 is currently a local road. But out of fear or out of anticipation that it might be reclassified in the future, the narrative you see there on the screen that I included in the staff report is one possible way to handle traffic being added to County Road 91. But Commissioners, also it may be possible to treat County Road 91 as if it has a classification and farther space out any driveways to a wider 200 to 240 foot spacing as if it was a classified road. So there's a couple different ways to mitigate the traffic concern. All our other check marks are green on our 11 criteria, and therefore staff recommends approval of this zoning change. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, if not, I'll go to, we only have 2 signed up, both in support. Ms. Tracy Gamble.
And Mr. Chairman, as Ms. Gamble approaches the podium, she has provided us some slides, and she requests your permission to have me put the slide on screen and have her narrate.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Yes, I'm Tracy Gamble, 32054 Bartell Street, Alberta, Alabama, and this is my front yard. The pasture is on our side of, or I guess that would be the east side of County Road 91, and past that is the subject property, and then further past that is a sod farm. The whole thing has been a sod farm, but apparently they're just taking this 12 acres out of the sod farm. And I don't know if the intention is to keep farming the sod farm behind this development or this parcel, but that's really neither here nor there. And if I could have the next slide, please. The intersection of Highway 98 and County Road 91 is considered a rural crossroads center. Density increase from RA to RSF1 is compatible with the surrounding areas and the master plan. Thank you. Contrary to popular belief, I am not against growth. This parcel is directly across from my home. I support the master plan and I support this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Barnett, I'm sorry, I probably should have called you first since you represent the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. I think Ms. Gamble has come out in this planning district quite a bit and been very vocal for what she'd like to see in her area, said it eloquently, and there's nothing more we need to add unless you have any questions for us. We believe it's compatible as well. We agree with staff's recommendations. We know that the traffic is a concern, and when we get to the plat section, we'll address how best to handle that.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Barnett?
Kathy, real quick, I got a question. What's the depth on that parcel?
265 feet, I believe.
And what's your road frontage?
For the entire area, or 12 acres.
I mean, the how much?
Oh, it's about 1,700
Okay.
feet long, give or take.
The proportions are just messing with my eyes
Yeah,
looking at it.
yeah,
So like it
give
looks
or
so
take.
narrow, but it's 1,700 feet
Yeah.
long. So, okay, thank you.
Okay? Thank you, ma'am. All right, that's all I had signed up to speak. Anybody have any questions or comments on this item?
I would just make a quick comment
Okay.
that if everybody wanted to rezone RA to RSF1, I think the county would be in good shape.
I'm with you on that. All right. No other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve.
Was that Mr. Davis?
Yes. Seconded.
I got Mr. Seibert next to you. Somebody else may have, but I heard Greg here. All right, Mr. Davis made a motion, a recommendation to the county commission, right? We approve, that this be approved, and I have Mr. Seibert second the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number Z24-38, the Dukes property. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Mr. King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so the Dukes property we have before you, this is a B2 to B3 situation. And so this is in Planning District 15, as you see on the map before you. And we have your side-by-side map with your existing zoning and your aerial on the right. You'll notice that the subject property is adjacent to property zone B3. There are several B3 properties and B4 properties in the immediate area of the subject property. We have our adjacent property photos. These are the zoning requirements of B2 as it is now, and then the requirements for B3 that is requested. What we have here, Commissioners, is green check marks all the way across. What the applicant told us during the pre-application meeting was that there are no development plans on this property right now. There's an existing tenant on the property, and that will continue to operate as is, but for future purposes, they believe it will be advantageous for it to be a B3 property as opposed to a B2 property. We memorialize within the staff report that any change of use may trigger a commission site plan should it be sold or leased to a different tenant, and that possibly an additional commercial turnout permit might be required. We would take all of that up with a commission site plan if they ever needed to occur, which would come back before this body. And happy to answer questions, Commissioners.
Any questions for staff? See if you fix it. No questions for staff? Y'all hang on to let my right-hand man fix my pad here. Okay. First one I have signed up is Will Eshin. Nope, that's a different case. Sorry, hang on. No one signed up on this one? Okay, well, that's easy then. Close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve subject to staff conditions.
Mr. Bias made a motion, a recommendation to the County Commission to approve. Have a second?
Second.
Mr. Schemberger? Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now the Buckley property. We'll open the public hearing for case number Z24-39, the Buckley property. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. McKenzie?
All right, so this is the Buckley property, and they are requesting to rezone from RA to RSF1, and staff is recommending approval. This property is located in Planning District 37, and it's south of Gafer Road exit, west of Liberty Lane. It's about 7.3 acres. No agencies saw any, I can't think of, none of the agencies we reached out to had an issue with the proposed rezoning. So like I said, they're going from RA to RSF1.
The locator and site maps show that the adjacent properties are all being used for residential purposes, and many of them are zoned the residential zonings. Here are the property images. There was only one factor that didn't quite conform with this, but overall, staff feels like this is a very compatible request with the nearby adjacent development pattern. The only reason it didn't conform to the master plan was just because it was conservation development potential, which is RA, R, and RSFE. But staff notes that the existing lots and zoning district predate the creation of the flume map. All these other factors staff felt were in line with the proposed rezoning, and so that's why we are requesting that it be approved.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, now we'll get to Will.
Yes, sir, just support it.
You'll have to come up. I'm sorry?
Just saying I support it.
Okay. Terrell James? All right. And then I just had one neutral. And boy, have I got a challenge here. Amaya Atut? You mean after I pronounce that, you're not? All right. That's all I had signed up. I'll close the public hearing. Any other questions or comments for staff? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to recommend approval.
Okay, Mr. Mullick has made a motion that we recommend approval to the County Commission. Do you have a second?
Second.
Mr. Schamberger has seconded the motion. Oh, was that Robert? I'm sorry. Scott's mic threw me because it was on. All right. So we have a motion and a second to recommend approval. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll open a public hearing now for case number Z24-40. This is the Ham Enterprises Limited property. Does anybody need to clear prior communication on this item? Mr. Dixon.
All right, you ready to go? Sorry. So this is case Z24-40, the Ham Enterprises property. A little bit of history on this. If you all recall, this application came before you guys probably about 3 or 4 months ago, and there was a recommendation to the County Commission for denial. It got to the County Commission, and they actually had a split vote and didn't pass any action on it, so it just kind of died on the floor, and the applicant came back based on feedback from this board and the public hearing here, as well as the public hearing at the County Commission meeting, and revised their application. It was previously requesting RA to RSF 4. They have come back to revise that to RA to RSF 3. If you remember, this is adjacent to Spanish Cove. We'll get into that a good bit here in a minute, but this is in Plan District 33. Immediately adjacent to Plan District 23, which is all of Spanish Cove. The current zoning is RA. As you remember, there's a couple of stub outs from Spanish Cove into this property. It was part of the development plan in Spanish Cove since the 70s. It's 22.87 acres. You can see the comparison of the current zoning requirements and the RSF 3 requested requirements. The property is vacant. Looking at the surrounding zoning, it's zone RA. It's zone RA to the north and the west. The property within Spanish Cove immediately to the east is on RSF 3. Just a reminder, those properties, even though they're zone RSF 3, they're actually RSF 6 size lots. They're like 6,500 square foot lots, so they're legal non-conforming size lots within Spanish Cove. You can see the surrounding uses, either residential or agriculture. Some photos of the property surrounding. The factors we looked at, as we mentioned before, it checks most of the boxes. It does not, box number 2, obviously this area has not changed since originally zoned, when Plan District 33 was originally zoned. The master plan, we'll get into that in a moment, and adverse effects to traffic. We will also talk about that in a moment. So looking through the request, you can kind of see at the top right image there, that's the original Spanish Cove plat from 1973 when it was adopted, and this parcel is the parcel at the very southwest corner of Spanish Cove. So it was labeled as future development. It's in the applicant, I'm sure, is here and has provided a documentation to the Planning and Zoning Department of the covenants that shows this property is part of the covenants of Spanish Cove. So it was very clearly always part of the Spanish Cove development. However, if you recall from last meeting, when the planning district legal descriptions were being developed, when the planning districts were being created, there was a little discrepancy in how the legal description was written and how it aligned with Spanish Code. The intent obviously was to have this as part of the Planning District 23 that was part of Spanish Code, but the legal description actually excluded this parcel, and that's why it became part of Planning District 33. And that's not a simple thing to fix, so we just have to move on with it like it is. So has there been any changes, conditions since original zoning? There have not. You can see here the original zoning map in 22. It was in District 33, it was all RA. This continues to be all RA. You can see the Spanish Code Plan District 23 map back from 2003 shows the R3 zoning there at the most immediate eastern portion of Spanish Cove that abuts this property. And you can see the lot layout that's in that portion of development. You can see just east of that, there's actually R6 zoning. So again, if you recall, the discussion we had last time was just talking about that transitional zone as you're transitioning out of that higher, more intense use to the east that's within Spanish Code. You can see that intensity of uses starting to step down from R6 to R3 and continuing on with this. This will be R3 as what they're requesting, so it'll be compatible with the existing development pattern within Spanish Cove. Looking at the master plan, it is an area that's moderate development potential. As we talked about in a previous case, moderate development potential is RSF1 or RSF2. Obviously, this is a little bit, the request is a little bit more dense than what the master plan is calling for, but if you look at the surrounding uses and the planned development pattern of Spanish Cove, it aligns with the other factors, just not completely with this factor. Number 6 I'm sorry, go back to number 5, with a proposed change adversely change traffic patterns. As we mentioned on multiple other cases tonight, traffic studies would be required when a subdivision plat would come in. However, County Road 99 is county maintained, and it is a major collector. So we feel like, with some likely recommended local improvements that will come out of the traffic study, that their traffic patterns the traffic infrastructure could certainly handle this with some improvements along with the development. Number 6, as I mentioned, it was always consistent with what the development pattern of Spanish Cove was proposed to be. As I mentioned, RSF3, even though the minimum lot area is 10,000 square feet, a lot of those existing RSF3 lots are down to 6,500 square feet. Now, this property would have to adhere to the current RSF3 standards, which would be the 10,000 square feet lot. So just trying to show a little comparison to what's going on next door, this RSF3, and what this would actually end up supporting. There's no other factors. I think Mr. King had a point about The RSF3 zoning, 10,000 square foot minimum would support around 70 lots. Obviously, that's all subject to the subdivision plat that we would have to look at when that comes in. The wetland delineation and design and drainage would all be evaluated at that same time and would obviously affect the lot layout and the lot yield that would be able to be achieved on this parcel. So none of those are really, we're not to the stage where we can evaluate exactly what would happen on this property yet. This is just a zoning stage. If this were to be approved, a subdivision plat application would come back to you all for review that has much more detailed information about, what's actually going to be built, construction, on-site construction, as well as off-site improvement requirements. You see our little table there where we do recommend approval, and this would be a recommendation to the County Commission. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Jay, let me ask you a question. You and I know this site. If this piece were part of the original PUD, are they required to resubmit the PUD? This will be part of the PUD? It is connected to and will become part of it, be part of the covenants that, there's some really detailed guidelines for residential, for mobile home and RV development within this PUD. It covers all.
Right.
So does this become part of that?
So yes, and and there's not a direct answer for that. So from the zoning standpoint, since this was pulled out into a different planning district, whether by error or whatever, but it's not part of the same planning district, so it's not, from a zoning standpoint, a portion of that PUD. This is a standalone zoning. However, the applicant has provided documentation that shows that this is part of the property that is covered by the restrictive covenant. So all those design requirements that are covered in those restrictive covenants, even though they're outside of our purview, would still be required as part of the covenants and restrictions of the development.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for staff?
I do.
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Diane.
It's about the planned unit development.
Mm-hmm.
So you showed an image that showed this parcel as part of the planned unit development. I see it. That looks longer than this parcel. So does it include the southern two parcels as well?
Yeah.
It just seems like it's more than this that's being proposed.
Yeah, it would appear so, but that's not what's being asked today. So
Who is the applicant? The I can't remember, the Cove? Who's the applicant?
it's Ham Enterprises. I'm sure they're here. We can ask them to come up. And
We've got somebody representing the property owner and the engineers here, so we can ask that question when they come up.
Okay.
But yes, Ms. Burnett, it could very well be that the original PUD did include additional property, but that's not
See, I'm
involved in
thinking
the
it's
current
not part
application.
of the original PUD. Anyway.
It's very clearly shown on the recorded plats. And in the covenants as well, so.
Well, Jay, that being said, I understand that all of the documents are in place, that this is part of Spanish code. I understand that. But there's been a tremendous amount of focus on the compatibility of this particular parcel with Spanish Cove, and my concern is its lack of compatibility with everything else to the west of it. I'm repeating myself. I said the same thing when this came up the first time. I understand that, and I know it's been there since the 70s. The Lillian, Alberta area was much, much different in 1974 than it is in 2024. And I said it just a minute ago. If they were asking for RSF1, I would not be, I wouldn't even have my microphone on. But the rest of the property around that, I believe, has been left out of the conversation because we can talk about transitions, I get that. But it is not compatible with anything between that parcel to Waterworks Lane to 91.
Well, I think there's a lot of rationale that the board could look at, understanding that because this is part of Spanish code, that there would not be any logical expansion of this use any further to the west, because obviously the PUD stops at this property, when you're moving west. So there's obviously that line of thinking and logic of why this would be, kind of the stopping point of that transitional use area, right? But yes, I understand what you're saying, but also looking at what the future land use map saying is saying there should be RSF1 and RSF2 in that whole area. And over time, over 20 years, that's what the master plan is for. That's what we expect to see happen, in areas. That's what the master plan guidelines are for. But yes, sir, I hear what you're saying. But that's our viewpoint, our logic of saying, hey, this is kind of one of those in between areas. It was part of the PUD. We know what's going on to the west. We know what the future land use map says. We get it, but it's trying to find that balance of how we go from those very small 6,500 square foot lots to the east to an RSF2 or 1 RA as you move further east.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Mr. Schumer or Mr. Wyndham, I don't know if y'all both want to speak. That'd be fine.
Everybody knows this, so I'm not going to rehash a bunch of stuff. I will reiterate a statement that I made at the last time. The one X that we got was that nothing has changed since the initial zoning, but our opinion is the initial zoning, since this is lot 3268 Spanish Cove subdivision, that's the legal description of this property, and none of the other surrounding properties have a Spanish Cove lot number. This one does. It should have been zoned in conjunction with Spanish Cove. It should have been zoned RSF3 at the minimum. RSF4 matches the character of the surrounding Spanish Cove. So RSF3 matches the actual zoning is what we're requesting this time. Staff took away most of my other points with regard to, all the other things that come along with the subdivision. There's topography issues that are not going to be able to be hyper dense because there's a kind of a water channel, natural drainage feature that kind of cuts through the property that we're not going to be able to build in. So we're not going to be able to maximize the lots, but these will be the largest lots or some of the largest lots in Spanish Cove subdivision, which it currently is. The owner pays dues and has since he owned it. That's just, all of the lots around it are 6,500 are in that area, and these are going to all be 10,000 plus, 40% bigger. So if you have any questions for me or
I do.
anything.
Jay, can you go back to the zoning map, the locator map, I guess would be the one.
And this is the highest density area of the
This one right
plume
there.
for all of Spanish Cove. The rest of Spanish Cove is rural, agricultural conservation.
David, Diane asked the question, and on the locator map where it shows the subject property, is it just the one parcel?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't include either of those two parcels below there?
No, the parcel in blue is the only, that is lot 3268 Spanish Cove. There are no other lots surrounding it that are part of Spanish Cove.
Okay.
Oh, the only thing I can think of is in 73, it was a person with a pencil, and he drew it a little bit off scale.
And I know this is a little bit outside of the zoning, but to me, if we're going to consider it all, it's important to understand either, is this part of Spanish Cove? In other words, when you develop, it's developed, will it be part of Spanish Cove?
It is, yeah. It is now part of Spanish Cove, and it will continue to be.
Okay.
And we did, I failed to mention, we did receive several letters of support from a board member of the Spanish Cove Property Owner Association and some other members.
Will access only be back through Spanish Cove?
Yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Schumer? Thank you, sir. Mr. Wyndham, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be very, very brief. Jeff Wyndham, president of Ham Enterprises. We are the property owner. I just wanted to point out that there is one key thing that we have that has just been discussed that is different from the other subdivisions that we've talked about tonight, and that is that we are a part of an existing subdivision, Spanish Cove, and have been since 1973. All of the lots that are on Ridgewood Drive, which runs right into our parcel in two different spots, there's actually two different roads of Ridgewood running into our parcel. It's stubbed up for development, and every lot on there is non-conforming RSF3. So it says RSF3 when you look at the maps, but if you actually go and measure it, it meets RSF4, and then there's RSF6 in there as well. I wanted to point out to you that if you're looking at the locator map, which is the one on the left, you see a good bit of green around there. I want to make sure that everybody understands that that is not farmed area. That is just woods. There is a little bit of farmed area on the parcel to the north, but other than that, it's just woods. On all of the adjacent parcels to our parcel, there's not a single house. There's not a single house with the exception of the houses in Spanish Cove. Last thing is, we're looking to build brick and stick houses that are within the range of 100,000 to 150,000, maybe a little bit higher, that are affordable. I don't know if you guys have looked around the county lately, but you can't find a new house for under $200,000, and you're pushing it trying to find one of those. So we're trying to make something that's actually affordable. Last point is there will be amenities in here. There will be open common area. There'll be retention ponds, and there may even be playgrounds. And we will be redoing the current retention pond that is in bad need of a redo that is right beside this parcel. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I've got many signed up in opposition, so if you agree with the previous speaker, just tell us you agree and we'll keep going down, because I have a lot signed up. Linda Raines.
Do you mind if I go like almost last? Because mine is the end result of what happened when they built on Spanish Grove North, the subdivision.
Okay, if you let me go ahead and do that. So then you tell Robin Newell.
Good evening. My name is Robin Newell. I'm a resident of Spanish Cove. I reside at 2884 Eslava Circle in Lillian. I'm here this evening to request that you please deny Z2440 for the following reasons. Spanish Cove right now is really falling behind in its ability to keep up with the maintenance of its infrastructure, including the roads and drainage. You're talking about this property, the only access is through the neighborhood, through Ridgewood, all the way past all of those people's homes, all the way back to that property and back. There is no other access. That also includes increased traffic in Lillian, Alberta on Highway 99 and on Bloody 98. And we know what a mess 98 is. You're just pushing more traffic right onto 98, adding those homes back there. It also includes stress on the Alberta school system. We read regularly as the Optimist Club in the Alberta elementary schools, and we see that school is just pushing at the walls. They're actually using part of the library for classrooms. The sewer system, the smell inside and outside of the cove, the damage to the Perdido Bay from the drainage that comes out of Spanish Cove, and again, just the flooding that happens in Spanish Cove. Questions remain regarding the division of this property as far as how that's going to be accomplished within the Spanish Cove covenants. This is one parcel, this is one lot, and our covenants are very clear about how those one lots can be divided. A Baldwin County Commissioner told us to look to our board. We will continue to do just that. County residents, including many of my voting neighbors, are aware of the explosive growth and continued building in the Lillian, Alberta area. At this rate, we know it's a matter of time and money before the Lillian, Alberta area will be overbuilt. Please deny Z2440 and resolve the problems with the Baldwin County infrastructure, including the roads and drainage, before adding more homes in this area.
Dennis Newell.
listening to me. My name is Dennis Newell. I reside at 2884 Slava Circle, and my property is .88 acres. Oh, I'm sorry, .86 acres. So I don't have one of these little tiny lots. But I can tell you this for sure. When you put more houses in a confined area, things like crime, things like just people in the streets. We live on close to Spanish Cove North. We've lived through the infrastructure change on the north side of us, where they put in over 60 houses. It's one of those things that puts stress on everyone. You don't know who's coming into your community. We always thought it was kind of a semi-gated community where we had control over that. There is no control. We empathize with those people who are going to have to live with those trucks and everything else that's going to go through there, because of the fact that we lived through it the last 2 years. There are some things that I could mention, but I know there's a lot of people going to talk, so I'm going to cut it short here. This is what I would like to ask. I would respect that all of you, when you vote, instead of just giving us an A or I or whatever, would you raise your hands and show us who really wants to vote for this proposal? Thank you.
Tracy Gamble. Did you have a thing? No.
Chairman, I represent several people in our community. Mr. Chairman, I represent several in our community. May I have 5 minutes?
Sure.
And I have a small presentation. Yes, we are in opposition to Z2440, the Ham Enterprise property. And the subject property there you can see is complete timberland. Next slide, please. As you know, the master plan did a lot of surveys, and when it was being compiled, and 92% of residents throughout the entire county, not just Lillian or Alberta, but all of Baldwin County were surveyed. All of those, 92% of those surveyed, said they wanted to protect the rural areas of Baldwin County. When we had the May 21st Commissioner's public hearing, which is the one where they were asking for RSF 4, and that was a tie vote, I thought that defaulted to denial, but maybe that's not actually correct. Anyway, we're back now asking for RSF 3. And at that time, Commissioner McKenzie asked what would theoretically happen if the commission denied this application. The county attorney, Laura Coker, said that either side could sue. However, that they, the applicant, would have to show that the existing zoning classification no longer bears a substantial relationship to the promotion of the safety, morals, or general welfare of the community. They would have to prove that it was a no-brainer, no disagreement. Planning District 23, which is Spanish Cove itself, has originally we had over 100 residents' signatures. That has risen now to over 200. It's 204 plus some spouses that weren't able to sign. And then Planning District 33, which is where the property is located, we have 147 residents opposed to this overdevelopment of our area. Planning District 23, Spanish Cove, voted in 2003 for county zoning, and Planning District 33 voted in August 2002 for county zoning. Therefore, they both fall under the current master plan. The rezoning phase, nonconformity and density with the master plan, as you can see and has been pointed out, there is no orange, which is RSF 3 and 4. There really isn't even any RSF one or two in yellow at that exact location, along the border there. But also, we have a lot of objections to the rezoning factors, all but number 7. Those are so subjective, as I think the conversation between Commissioner Siebert and Mr. Dixon has shown. And as you can see here, moderate development potential is yellow, and rural agriculture is light green, conservation development is green, and ideal conservation is dark green. There is no mid-density development potential according to our current master plan. The rezoning phase places high value on compatibility with surrounding properties. RA surrounds this parcel by 87%. Density from RA to RSF3 is 3 leaps forward and does not conform with the master plan. Dave Williams and I held a 3rd town hall on September 7th in Lillian, and we had over 100 attendees. And next slide, please. And this is Dave, and he is going to ask the audience a question. If you could press on that photo, it's supposed to be a clip of a video.
Stewardship for protecting the rural character of our community.
Thank you. So there is the answer about how the community feels in this case. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Fred Lurig.
I have some handouts for the panel, if you could pass them to them.
Okay.
My name's Fred Lerwick. My address is 9192 Soldiers Creek Road, and I'm concerned about this property. I'm familiar with this particular property, and it adjoins property on the west. I have property on the west side. My family farmed this property for many, many years, so I'm familiar with both pieces of property. And the subject property is watershed property. It's critical for the proper drainage of stormwater from the land west going all the way to 91. If you'll look at the first page, you'll see waterways that extend to just short of 91. But it encompasses about 160 acres of watershed onto this 23 acres. There are 2 waterways across this 23 acres. One's at the northern part, one's on the southern part. This water comes through there. There's a photograph of the northern waterway. They're going toward the subject property onto Perdita Bay. The development of this property will destroy these natural waterways, resulting in flooding of the adjoining property, the subject property itself, and downstream properties. The property is currently forest land. It serves as a buffer for erosion control, and it helps provide protection from washouts where the waterways cross 99 and where they cross Antietam Road. Studies have been made of comparing forest land to urban and developed properties, and they have found that runoff is 4 times or more greater
from urban and developed land as compared to forest land. So the volume of water is going to increase downstream and cause flooding the subject property needs to remain forest land to maximize infiltration into the soil, to protect the environment, the roadways, the ecosystem, marshlands, and Perdita Bay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your time
David Schuman.
and your attention.
Schuman. Yeah. It's close.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for your time and all of your energy that you put into this. David Schuman, and I live in Perdido Oaks 2 in Lillian. And I just want you planners to think about a couple of things. I moved here from a different area, and I went through all this stuff. And I have one big question. Why do you really want to rezone this property? And is this property in question one lot or several lots? Because it has yet to be determined. I have been to the county commissioners meeting prior to this meeting, which you sent it to them for me to hear what they had to say. And that has never been determined in black and white from my observation. The other thing is that there seems to be so many unanswered questions here tonight, particularly in this case. And a couple that I'd like to point out is, how could anybody approve in that checkbox of number 10, health and safety and welfare of the community, by adding more when they already have all these problems? It just doesn't seem like the answer to approve is even an option in my head. And the other thing is, just ask yourself how many of all of your factors that you have to determine by actually are really in question. Because there are a lot when you sit and you think about it. And you know, this is only my second time to a planning meeting, and it seems to me that you guys have a very tough job. But at the end of the day, all these people come in here and they all have the same questions about water, traffic, and all the questions that are out there. So your job is really hard. So my question to all of you is, how do you make your job easier? You need to change the rules. Thank you very much.
Lonnie Cameron.
I'm representing a number of my neighbors and people that couldn't be here, property owners of Spanish Cove. Do you think I could have 5 minutes, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lonnie Cameron. I'll try to go fast. I live in Lillian, and I am a property owner in Spanish Cove. I want to say thank you to the Planning Commission for giving me the opportunity to speak today regarding case Z24-40, lot 3268 in Spanish Cove. I very much appreciate this opportunity because the Spanish Cove property owners have not been able to address our concerns regarding the development of this lot at our community board meetings. We are only allowed to ask questions regarding items on the board's agenda, and unfortunately, this important issue has not been added to any of the Spanish Cove board's agendas. So once again, I say thank you to the Planning Commission for respecting the citizens of Baldwin County and allowing me and others to voice our concerns today. I'm a little passionate about this, sorry. Spanish Cove is a covenant-restricted community, and I, as a property owner, am expected to follow the Spanish Cove covenants, the same as the board, operations staff, and the owner of Lot 3268. Sadly, I don't believe our covenants and procedures have been followed regarding this zoning request for Lot 3268. I'm very concerned with whether this zoning request is even legal. Our covenants do not allow the division of one lot into 60 lots, no matter the size of the lots, as stated in the 2002 Property Owners Association of Spanish Cove, Inc. Restricted Covenants, revised April 2011. Section 804, subdivision of lot and time sharing, page 25, says, except as provided in this declaration, no lot shall be split, divided, or subdivided, or the property lines of a lot changed, except with prior written approval to POASC. As to all lots except commercial lots, POASC may permit a division in ownership of any lot, but solely for the purpose of increasing the size of the adjacent lots. POASC, and you can pull up the covenants on your computers if you like on the Spanish Cove website under documents. As I understand this covenant, and as it has been used in the past, it is for a lot to be split between two neighbors, where half of the lot goes to one neighbor and half to the other neighbor to increase their respective lot sizes. Dividing lot 3/2068 into 60 lot, to me, goes against this covenant. Our covenants do contain a various section, which is section 409, page 20. Although I don't believe they can use the variance covenant in this case because lot division is not listed in the covenant as an item to be considered for a variance. The variance section says, a variance may be authorized only by a board of directors for height, area, square footage, or size of improvement, size of yards and open spaces, building setback, location of improvements, parking requirements, or height of fencing or buffering. The other issue we have is the history of POSC being very stingy in approving variance requests to other property owners, and this may open up legal challenges and legal costs to our association if this variance is approved when other property owner variance requests have been denied. And we have a covenant about discrimination. Page 31 says, 832, page 31 says, discrimination prohibited. No action shall at any time be taken by POSC or the Board of Directors which in any manner discriminates against any owner in favor of any other owner. From the very beginning, in my opinion, this 23 acres lot division request has not been handled properly. When the operations manager and board chairperson wrote a letter to the deputy director of Baldwin County Planning and Zoning in support of the development of this single lot, they bypassed the Planning, Development, and Maintenance Committee and did not follow the process that would have informed all property owners of this request. The variance covenant says such variance shall not be contrary to the interest of the owners in Spanish Cove. These two individuals also went against Covenant Section 804, subdivision of lot and time sharing, which says POASC may permit a division in ownership of any lot, but solely for the purpose of increasing the size of the adjacent lots. Their letter supporting this 23-acre lot change from Zone 33 to 23 appears improper since our covenants do not support the division of this single lot into 60 lots. This letter also references a long-range plan from 2012, which says the following: long-range planning list disclaimer. This document is intended as a planning tool only, and approval by the Board of Directions in no way implies acceptance or obligates this board to its recommendation. This document is not, nor could ever be, a comprehensive plan for Spanish Cove's future. It is in reality a collection of ideas and suggestions that should be valuable in preventing future problems or solving others when they occur. So for the writers of the recommendation letter to indicate that the long-range plan is an official comprehensive plan is not accurate. The fact is the recommendation in the 2012 long-range plan regarding clear cutting was completely ignored during the construction of the newest developed area that others have referenced here. A new long-range plan has not been written and approved by the current property owners living in Spanish Cove, and I have not talked to anyone in Spanish Cove who is in favor of the development of these 23 acres as part of our Spanish Cove community. Our board chair and rules chair keep telling us in our newsletter, not in board meetings, that this lot was always planned to be developed, but the last vote on this lot was apparently in 1994, according to the board chair's recent article. I'm almost finished. This is 30 years ago. I highly doubt there are very many property owners from 1994 still living in Spanish Cove. We, the current property owners of Spanish Cove, deserve a vote on whether we want this property to be developed, especially since these 23 acres were never platted, as was our newest area that added about 122 homes. Dennis said 60, but it was really 120 to our community. It always has been one 23-acre lot with a property owner paying one assessment. So what I'm asking is, I hope that you could table this and send this back to our community so that we can have a vote, because we need to change the covenants if we're going to divide these lots up differently. And I'm also requesting that if you do send it back for a vote, that you ask for an independent company to oversee the vote to make sure the integrity of the vote is guaranteed. This will ensure we have a fair vote and our procedures are followed. I
Okay.
was on the board before, so I know that we really need a fair vote.
Thank you. Susan Huff?
Hi, my name is Susan Huff. I live at 2136 Clubhouse Drive, and I've lived in Spanish Cove about 18 years. So I've seen a lot of changes over those years, but the changes really have accelerated with all of the new homes that have come in. We've had probably 150 or more new homes that have been built, and it has exacerbated the problems that we already had with infrastructure, crumbling culverts, roads that are not up to speed, flooding that occurs in people's yards. These are things where we don't seem to be able to get these problems solved. So now we're talking about putting in 55 more homes that are going to be pushed into this area with problems that are already occurring. So I guess I add my voice, and I hope that this will be considered, that putting more homes into this location is not going to make a finer quality of life. So I guess I have made my point. I just want to throw in, too, that at no point have the people of Spanish Cove been asked their opinion. We've kind of had to force to sign so that, and I think you received sheets from people saying that they don't really want this going in. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Luke Kisler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the commission, for the opportunity to address y'all on the planned development. My name is Luke Kisler, and I'm here representing Mobile Baykeeper, an organization devoted to defending and reviving the waters of coastal Alabama. Today, I stand before you to express environmental concerns with the proposed development, namely that regards the presence of wetlands and an adjacent stream on the proposed lot. I know when viewing the slideshow up there that there was an opportunity for new information to be delivered at this public hearing, and while I know that we're awaiting the wetland delineation in the next step in this process, I just had my National Wetland Inventory GIS map up on my office on the way over here, and I noticed the presence of a wetland there. That's been referenced by a couple prior speakers regarding drainage issues on this property. And we all know the importance of wetlands. I think it's been brought up during other applications in tonight's hearing, but essentially they're nature's way of making sure that we're not overburdening and flooding our waterways, and to make sure that we are filtering that water as it moves through. If we don't protect our wetlands, the consequences are disastrous. You deal with flooding, erosion, diminishment of surrounding property values, diminishment of the quality of the waters, risk overflowing sewage treatment lagoons and other things. And when we're dealing with wetlands and streams that are directly on the banks of the Perdido Bay, very nearby, then you have a high recipe for disaster. So I urge you all to listen to the members of this community that do not want this development, to pay particular attention to the environmental ramifications in addition to the other considerations that have been raised during this hearing. Thank you all very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Jean Bennett? Okay. Richard Andrews?
Thank you all for hearing us out today, Chairman, and all the rest of you. We appreciate what y'all do. You got a hard job. Got asked today, I told them what I was coming in here to talk about. They said we shouldn't have a right to tell somebody what to do on their own property. Well, actually, we do have that right. We have wetlands. We can't build on them for a reason. We have things zoned for 1, 2, and 3. We zone it for a reason, to keep an area from being overpopulated, to keep things looking right, so the neighbor doesn't build something that doesn't fit in. We're not trying to, we don't want to see high rises and all that pop up. If it wasn't for y'all, they would already have them, I'll guarantee. But we've got to let y'all do your job. But who else do we go to? Who do we hold accountable? If they pass it, then we're shut down. If you deny it, they're going to show back up in 4 more months. Well, we're going to change this. They said they were going to do something with the traffic light 6 months ago. Yesterday, a wreck a half a mile, not even a half mile, from 91. If we'd have had a red light there, that wreck wouldn't have happened. There's wrecks there all the time. It's called Bloody 98 for a reason. We're not asking everybody to not do something, and we don't want to restrict people what they can do on their property. But we need to at least back up and say, hey, let's slow it down a little bit and get ready. Let's get the infrastructure ready before we build everything. If the sewer's not ready, then fix the sewer system that'll take the amount that you want to put in. Right now, they're using Perdido Bay as our dumping ground. You can smell it all the time. They haven't changed it. He was here the last time. They were here the last time. They haven't done anything to change that. You smell it every other day. The system, the bay, right now, you can't eat the fish. It's polluted. Are they helping it? No. Can we do something about it? Yeah. If we all team together and look at things, we can do something. But if we don't, then what good is it for any of us to speak up? That's enough for me to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
Dante Bennett. Okay. All right, we come back to Ms. Raines.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Linda Raines. I live at 2549 Santa Rosa Drive. I back up to 99, and on the side of my house is on Spanish Cove North. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I am the end result of what has happened when they built the additional homes that Flan and Horton built and just finished last month. When I bought my property, there was nothing but one tree on it, and that's the reason why I bought it. It was on the corner. And I put in 18 loads of dirt to build my property up. Then I was told by Pete, who was the manager, that I could not exceed any higher than the person that was next to me. I hired someone to come in, and I spent $23,000 to have my yard situated where I would not affect anybody. All of my gutters go underground. They go to the back of my yard to the culvert that was built by the county. The side of my yard was constructed so that all the water comes around, goes around my driveway, and goes to the culvert on the right. This also, the water that comes down Santa Rosa Drive, because it's on a hill, Spanish Cove North comes down on a hill to 99. When Sally went through, it worked perfect. I sat out on my porch with all that rain and did not have a puddle. Everything drained it. I don't know if you remember a month or so, or 2 months after Sally, we had an unexpected 6 inches of rain that was unannounced. My house, the back of my house where the water was supposed to drain, underground, could not drain. It went straight up, 14, 15 feet straight up, because the water that was coming out of the culvert from the houses that were built at that time from Flynn, at that time I think there was only 50 houses that were built. My front yard and Santa Rosa Drive and my neighbors, all of that water that drains into my property could not go in that culvert, so it backed up. It was 1/2 inch from coming in my front door. So I bought flood insurance. I was told day before yesterday, my house is going to flood. Now we have I think there's 8 ponds going into the one pond that faces 99. I'm going to show it to you. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Come on.
Ms. Raines, you got about 16. You want to tell me how this is connected to the application tonight?
Well, because if they build on that 23 acres, they're going to have the same problem. He said they're going to put drainage ponds in, okay? They're going to have the same problem that we're having with with Flynn and what Horton did. So I'm asking you to please deny it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, that's all I had signed up. Oh, everybody wanted to wait till the end, okay. Okay. Give us your name, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dante Bennett, Spanish Cove. Pretty much everything's been said. So I'll try to keep this really short. First, what time is dinner? The subdivision plans that were submitted preliminary was a premature effort by the property owner. Z2410 was premature. Z2440 is premature. Spanish Cove is a small town. It has a town council, the board. It has a town manager, operations manager. It has a set of ordinances, our covenants, bylaws, and rules and regs. Subdividing this lot, as previously spoken, violates those covenants. There's a path to fix that or change the covenants, but that has to go through a rules and administrative committee. It has to go through 2 readings of the board, and it has to go out to the membership for vote. There's an adjudication process within our covenants. And if the board violates the covenants, which they swear an oath to, the membership can address that. I recommend this to be tabled. I don't know your tabling process, whether you can table to a date certain or not, but for the board to go through rules and the board to go through a change and a vote by the membership to allow a subdivision of a lot, and it has to be written very carefully because it could open up Pandora's box. For that to happen, the earliest that it'll be changed, if it's changed, is April of next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now that is all that I had signed up to speak. I will close the public hearing. All right, I don't have anybody else signed up, but if you signed up, come on up. I'm not going to call you a liar. You better.
I'm neutral, but I just want you to be aware so you can do your job. Sorry, I'm neutral, but I want you to be able to do your job.
You did sign up. I'm sorry.
What's that?
You signed up. I'm sorry. You were
Well,
signed up as
okay.
neutral. That's why I didn't see it.
No problem. But we have the property bordering the east side of the subject property. So it's probably not quite 40 acres.
But you're outside of Spanish Cove?
We're on the south side of
South
Spanish Cove,
Okay.
correct.
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I see.
And so Spanish Cove dumps on our property in 2 places, and one place that has culverts and it runs continuously, the water. And so what our concern was, whatever they have to do to prevent too much flooding, because from this property, it also comes across our west line. And all 3 of those drainage systems, or that drainage meets and then runs along Antietam, goes under Antietam, along the back side of the lots of Antietam, and then out to the bay. So we were just concerned about the water, making sure that that was all brought up. Then as far as the safety goes, which I wasn't planning on saying this, but we find fireworks back there on our property, underwear, condoms, so that's just the way it is. And we did send y'all, she did, an email with photos as far as the drainage. And we're a lot of times it rains and we get flooded out where we can't get in and out of our property. And some of those photos will show you how deep the water gets. So I think that's it. Is that all I need to say? I don't want to get in trouble.
You're a smart man. All right.
Oh, yeah, there is, yeah. Yeah, there is a house back there, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you, sir.
That's all I have. Can I go now? Yeah, did you get the photos?
I haven't seen photos.
Okay, they were sent day before yesterday. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen.
I haven't seen them, no.
So, drainage.
All right, we got it. I think that we've heard about the drainage issues. All right, that is all I have signed up to speak. Now I'm closing the public hearing. Now we as the Planning Commission can discuss and or ask Mr. Dixon any questions you may have.
Jay, are the streets in Spanish Cove county maintained, or are they privately owned?
Mark, I believe they're private, right? Yeah, they're privately maintained. Okay. And a couple of things, just to maybe help clarify a couple of things. There's a lot of discussion about the covenants, and as I mentioned earlier, that's outside of our purview, so any kind of rules or, that we can't enforce that or have anything to do with any of that. The second thing is just remind everyone that this is the zoning case, not a subdivision case. This is not about splitting lots or doing anything of anything like that at this point. This would be the zoning action that would likely lead to a subdivision action, but that's not what is before you today.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, if you don't have any questions, then I'll entertain a motion. This will be a recommendation to the County Commission.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we deny
right.
I'm sorry, what's the, 24-40 on the basis of the flooding issues, the traffic, safety, and that it's not compatible with the master plan.
Okay, Ms. Stratiger, if you folks will hold your applause, I'd appreciate it. All right, Ms. Stratiger has made a motion that we recommend denial. Do I have a second? I'll second. Mr. Brandon Bias has seconded the motion. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
All right, motion carries. So it'll be recommended, so you folks need to understand this will go to the County Commission and they will have another public hearing there to go through this process again. So you'll have to check with the county and find out when that meeting is. Okay. If you guys will quietly go out to the lobby, so we have two more cases we need to get. What's that? All right, at this time, hey folks, if y'all could quietly go out to the lobby and talk so that we can go to our next case. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number PUD 24-04 and CSP 24-32. This is Candyland RV Park. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Waters.
All right, Commissioners. We have Candyland RV Park. Subject property is located south of County Road 12 South and east of Norris Lane. This is located in Planning District 21 and zoned RR. The total area to be developed is approximately 5 acres with 14 units proposed. Traffic study was not required due to the lot count and the drainage. The drainage calculations have been submitted and accepted by the permit engineer. Let's go here. You've got your district map. Here's your locator and site map. These images of your subject property. and your site plan layout. This will look a little bit familiar, and that is because a couple of months ago, the Planning Commission did vote on CSP 2413, which is what we considered the phase one of this development, which was strictly for the storage buildings that exist. 3 were existing, and they were proposing 3 new buildings. Here's the landscape plan from the CSP, but it's still applied for the overall project. I'm going to skip through our criteria, and our recommendation is approval with the typical general conditions on the PUD and the CSP, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions for staff? Mr. Lieb, you're the only one signed up to speak. Do you need to? All right, does anybody have any questions for Chris?
Chris, look at the site plan. Do you have, it's hard to see because of the scale, do you have turning aprons off each one of those stalls?
Yes,
Okay.
there's little turn radiuses in there. but
Okay, it's just hard to tell the scale.
Yes, sir.
So. Yeah, I was looking specifically probably at those, 9 on the north side that pull through. It's harder to see on those, so, okay.
Any other questions for Chris?
Chris, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but so this is a storage facility that's now going to have an RV park as part of the whole thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they, but they're disconnected?
There's a fence. There's going to be a fence between them.
Yes.
There's a fence between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay, that's what.
Mr. Chairman, I also wanted to point out the dumpster location.
I did see that. Any other questions for Chris? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, close the public hearing. Staff has quite a few conditions there, so everybody needs to be sure you're good with those if you're recommending to approve. So I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, and these are like our general, nothing specific to the project.
I have one question. It looks like the landscape plan is only on the one side. Is that all that we're requiring with this RV park?
Chris can probably go more into details, but there are power lines that prohibit overstory trees on what you see to be the north side of the property lines. So they can only be, they're limited to the height of certain trees that they can be planted on that side.
So there are a bunch of bushes on the north line, but we can't plant any trees because there is an existing power line within a power easement back to between the two larger existing buildings.
What is on the west side of this? I see the landscape plan is on the east side. What is on the other side? I guess on the other side of the storage, but is it just that driveway?
Yeah, there's open fields over there.
Yes.
Is there any requirements with RV park, or do we have any requirements?
So I was trying to meet the landscape requirements with the trees and the bushes,
Right.
but the existing overhead power line within the easement prohibited us from putting trees over there.
Yes, and that is a requirement from the utility company, so that kind of overrides our request for the landscaping buffers with certain height of trees along that section.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion. This is our approval. This is not a recommendation.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. We approve PUD 24-04 and CSP 24-32, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, Mr. Cybers made the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Stratiger seconded the motion. Anybody have any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Last item, I'll open the public hearing now for case number SPP 24-17. This is 8 Mile Creek Estate subdivision. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Mitchell.
All right, and this is Mary Booth's project, but she's not here this evening. So this is a request for a 16-lot subdivision, Planning District 13. Because of the number of lots, there's no traffic study required. Drainage narrative and wetland reports were provided. And you can see it on County Road 64 extension. And it's oriented with the north to the side there. And you can see most of the lots are along the road, and then a few flagged lots interspersed. Utility requirements. So the conditions during the commercial turnout review plans should be submitted to show the location of the proposed common driveways and ensure the site distance is met for safe access to County Road 64 extension. And this is the reason this is a preliminary plat instead of a concurrent subdivision. They have to install the driveways, and then once that's done, then they would come back for administrative final plat approval. And that's the only condition, or 2 conditions.
Any questions for staff?
Sean, on 13, 14, and 15 that back up to the creek, are those buildable? Is there enough?
I know with the topo it's a little hard to see, but there's some here in the front, and we do have them, I can't see it on this particular one, but we usually have them show the amount of contiguous buildable because the health department requires a certain number. It has to be at least 30,000 for an engineered system and 40 for a typical conventional system. So again, I can't really see with the topo, but let's see how large it is.
I was out there.
It's good.
We drove through the site. There's enough in that upland area.
Yeah, because these are 22 acres. This is 22 acres, 23 acres.
Okay, all right,
so
all
these
right.
are very large.
I must have missed the total acreage, so
Yeah,
thanks.
so these are very large, so you would have probably enough to do something here at the front of each. Oh, okay, well, not there. I'm reversing what's the wetland. My apologies. Again, this is Mary's.
Any other questions? Okay. Mr. Tillman, did you want to speak?
No, sir. Unless you have any questions.
Okay. That's all I had signed up. I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Mr. Davis has made a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Mr. Bias has seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, that's all of our agenda items as far as cases go. I have no one signed up for new business, no public comments. Staff reports.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have anything else to cover that we didn't already discuss in work session. So, unless there's any questions from any of y'all?
All right, just for, I'll say it again, you know who's on the subcommittee for the revisions to the regs. I will call for a meeting. I'll set up a place. Well, first off, I'll contact you guys to see when's a good date for you, and I'll try to find a common date. And then I'll let the rest of you know when that is. If you have a desire to come and be a part of the meeting, that's great, or if you just want to send in comments. I think I've asked this already, that for you to please review those revisions, and if you've got any issues, concerns, questions, write them out and send them to me so that when we get together, we can discuss those. And at some point, whether Jay will be part of our meeting or if we'll get back with Jay after we've had our meeting, we'll figure all that out. But
Yeah, just so, we're trying to get all written comments in by the end of the month. I expect that we would probably get together at some point, just to talk about the committee's comments and try to address those and get prepared for some form of work session with the county commission in November. That date has not been set yet.
Okay. Legal counsel. Man, you ought to say something. You've been here quiet all night long.
I have kind of been quiet. I'll let you handle it. You and Jack.
Well, thanks.
I have one comment, and it's back to the one with the dogs, the Samaria Kennels, and I was like, you know, it reminds me of something that goes back to a case that we had in the past, but it, you know, and this was, it was on page 64 of our packet. This property has received numerous complaints for barking dogs over the years, and I just, you know, when we get properties that have repeat complaints or discontentment, I mean, you know, if the quicker that we can get in front of some of this stuff, I think the easier that it'll be. You know, when you have, and I know that this one was special or individual, and other ones are as well. But you know, when the citizens are ringing, I would say our phones, you know, it's just a good time to be, you know, looking to see if there's anything that we can do. And sometimes small solutions, small recommendation can make a big impact for our neighbors and the citizens that we represent.
Yeah, I just would like to add to that, you know, our code enforcement officers work very, very hard doing that. In this particular case, it's a very unique situation where we have code complaints there trying to make them, but without this board approving something for them to go fix, they can't go really fix anything. So it's kind of one of those, you know, chicken and the egg situations. But yeah, our code enforcement officers they take a lot of calls, and they have a job that I wouldn't wish to have, I can tell you that. But they do a fantastic job working with the residents and trying to get everything in compliance with our ordinances.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Nothing else? We then are adjourned until our November 3rd? 7th? 6th? Thank you, Aaron.